to bowl first, and so we have Will Frayne and last weekend's 19-year-old Centurion Harry Duke walking out to the middle at North Marine Road to open the batting for Yorkshire. Your umpires today, Neil Pratt and Steve O'Shaughnessy. I'll run through the Yorkshire team and then we'll bring Radders in to run through the Northamptonshire side, but a couple of changes for Yorkshire. Of course, no Don Bess, he's off on England duty, so Gary Balance will captain the side from here on in. The replacement for Don Bess is Will Luxton, 18-year-old debutant, Keighley born, Bradford Grammar School attendee, and also played a bit for Bradford and Bingley, Yorkshire Academy in the second team before today's debut. He will be somewhere in the top half of the batting order, we assume, but no confirmation on that front just yet. Ben Code also rested with several games still to come in mind, and Duan Olivier, who's been battling to shake off a back injury, I'm pleased to say is back in the side. So quite a lot of you have been suggesting that Matt Pillans and Duan Olivier should be pace twins, if you like, for Yorkshire. They're going to get the opportunity today. So there's the two changes for Yorkshire. It's Frayne, Duke, Balance, Hill, Tattersall, Revis, Luxton, Waite, Pillans, Olivier and Shutt. And for Northamptonshire, good morning, Andrew Rowd.
Morning, Georgie. Morning, everybody. Yeah, just one change for the side for Northamptonshire that lost to Glamorgan at Wantage Road on Sunday, and that's pace for spin, basically. Jack White comes into the side in place of the left-arm wrist spinner, Freddie Heldrick. Probably a little bit too small a ground, maybe, for Northamptonshire to feel comfortable necessarily with playing Heldrick. So Northamptonshire lining up Vasconcelos, who captain and keep wicket as well, Gay, Curran, Keogh, Thurston, Zabe, Taylor, Parnell, Graham White, Ben Sanderson and Jack White.
It's going to be Will Frayne on strike for this first delivery of the day. Conditions wise, well, you would have thought, to be honest, it was a bowling day, so no surprise that Northamptonshire have decided to put Yorkshire into bat. There certainly looks to be a bit of a green tinge to the pitch, which is two strips lower down, a bit more central really than they played on in last Thursday's defeat by Surrey here.
And interestingly, having brought him into the side, Jack White gets the new ball straight away.
So here he is, number 9, Jack White, right arm over the wicket, and Will Frayne playing inside the line of that one. There are two slips in place. It is, as you'd expect in power play one, largely a ring field. There's a man down at third man and also a man on the square leg boundary, which looks, given he's wearing the floppy, to be Charlie Thurston.
Inevitably.
Down by the west stand. Steelbacks in their pale blue, sky blue top halves and navy trousers. Yorkshire, of course, largely in Oxford blue with a bit of gold trim in this year's 50 over kit. That's dropped into the offside, second ball by Will Frayne. And there is no run. A decent crowd in early. We'd expect it to build as well during this first hour or so. Not sure what the figure was for the Surrey match last week. We have the usual boundary edge adorned with deck chairs and the marquee away down the bottom end of the ground, the western side. And here's White once again. Dark hair flapping around in the coastal breeze, and Will Frayne plays that out square on the offside, and there's no run. There was rain last night. The three of us went out for a spot of food last night, a couple of beers, and we got caught in the rain on the way back to our digs, probably around the 9 o'clock mark. It was. That's
right, yes, and it was raining again. We had a bit of rain this morning, didn't we? And quite a sharp shower around about 10 o'clock, but okay now.
Yeah, good that we managed to start this on time. That's dropped out into the offside again by Will Frayne, and once more no run. So 4 dots. Good start by Jack White.
And it's interesting, we were talking on commentary at the weekend with the last time Jack White played for Northamptonshire, I think in the previous in the warm-up game, and he was saying about the run-up and how it reminded us of a great former England bowler, and sadly we lost him yesterday, Mike Hendrick. And just that run-up is very similar, but what a sad loss to the game.
Yeah, sort of slightly arched, pincy-toed, and this one, no, Mike Hendrick wouldn't have fancied that, because he's been cost him runs. He's been driven through the covers by Frayne for the first runs of the day, 4 of them up to the North Marine Road side of the ground.
Yes, this is sort of a slightly rolling shouldered run of Jack White's that put those of us of a certain age in mind of Mike Hendrick, great bowler.
Yeah, round at a tough time. Plenty of competition for places for seam bowlers. In those days, the 70s really, wasn't it? And into the 80s. Here's Waite again, and Will Frayne shouldering arms to the last ball of the over, which brought 4 runs then for Yorkshire, 4 without loss.
Yes, I have to say, we were talking about going out for a meal last night, Doidge, and the Northamptonshire players, we saw 1 or 2 of them walking through the town, and I was saying, I'm looking for this Indian restaurant that I've been recommended by my colleague Mr. Doidge, and I'm not quite sure where it is. And they said, "What's it called?" And I told them, and they said, "Yes, you're standing outside it." And they realised indeed that I was standing outside it. What Ben Sanderson said probably isn't repeatable, but he is anyway going to bowl. Ben Sanderson going to bowl from the Trafalgar Square end here at Scarborough. As I was saying on little piece I did for BBC Radio Northampton before the start of play, this is one of the great county cricket venues, and it's a huge pleasure to be here. Just so much atmosphere, so much history, and good crowd as well. As Dodgy was saying, building all the time. Just another little influx as soon as that first over was completed, and it is going to be Ben Sanderson who's going to be bowling to Harry Duke. Made that marvellous century last time out, of course, to help win the game for Yorkshire at Leicester. And Sanderson in straight away on the mark, just short of a length. Duke just riding the bounds, playing it down to Emilio Gay on the edge of the circle at backward square. 2 slips in place. Tom Taylor at first, Curran at second. Then a backward point, Thurston, the inevitable sun hat in the covers. Mid on, mid off, with deep mid wicket on the boundary. And Emilio Gay just saving the one on the 45-degree angle. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Duke, and Duke's going to get his first run as he just drops that down on the onside, and Emilio Gay having to make ground round to his left, completes the fielding. 1 more onto the total, 5 for no wicket, and Harry Duke has made 1.
And some team news from a Yorkshire point of view, because Duan Olifia, who I was given on good authority by somebody within the camp was playing today, is not. Stephen Patterson has actually taken the place of Ben Code. Thanks to Graham Hardcastle for giving me the nudge on that one from the press box next door. So I'm not sure what's gone on there.
No, and more runs here for Yorkshire. That's turned away out to deep mid wicket by Will Frayne, and they're able to come through for a single. Safe Zabe fielding in front of the terraced seats out on the North Marine Road side of the ground. Yorkshire up to 6 for no wicket after being put into bat by Ricardo Vasconcelos. No, because we saw, we were actually saying when the Yorkshire players were coming into the ground, we saw Duan Olifia with his case, and we thought that probably indicated that he was going to play today. Evidently not. Here's Sanderson in again. Rolls, and that's good ball outside the off stump, and I think just about give Harry Duke the benefit of that one. Say he just about played inside the line, but it did slip past the outside edge into the gloves of Ricardo Vasconcelos, who once again captains Northamptonshire and keeps wicket and opens the batting. Team choice, I think there's a possible thinking that the pitch is going to help the seamers rather more than the spinners, so Northamptonshire do have a couple of other spin options apart from Freddie Heldrick, and played out into the offside, down to backward point there by Harry Duke, where it's fielded by Graham Waite, who of course is Northamptonshire's front line spinner in this white ball team, Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in T20 cricket. But they also have Rob Keogh and also Safe Zabe to bowl with a left arm spin if required, but I think the feeling is that this is more of a surface for the seamers. Stiff breeze, as you can doubtless hear on our effects microphone, hopefully keeping the rain away. Sanderson in again, bowls. Duke plays that nicely, it's bounced a little bit on him, he plays it up to mid wicket and is able to come through for a single. End of the over from Sanderson with Frayne on 5, Duke is 2, and 2 overs gone. Yorkshire 7 for no wicket.
Yeah, so just a handy little start. Don't think we're going to expect too much in the early stages from these two. I think Yorkshire's performances in this competition will kind of be driven by what happened last week. It was just 6 days ago, wasn't it? 7 days ago, sorry. Yorkshire against Surrey here, 165 all out, having been put into bat and batting only 34.1 overs. So just got to have a look at things out here, and I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but you'd guess that Yorkshire would also have bowled They won the toss.
It just looks like that sort of day, doesn't it? Especially if there's a bit of rain around as well, which is possible later in the day according to the forecast.
So just going to take a little bit of care. Harry Duke shoulders after the first ball of the over. He certainly took plenty of care down at Leicester on Sunday, 125 in 130 balls. It was just a remarkable knock in the sense that he's 19 years of age. He's only just come into first team action this year. Made his championship debut back in May down in Cardiff. Only made his T20 debut in this month, and then made his RL50 debut a week or so ago. He's pushing this next one back to White. So for a player of that sort of age to learn so quickly, I think, and just to play a measured sort of innings that glued things together, going at just short of 1 a ball. Will Frayne got off to a flyer on Sunday, and Gary Balance kicked things on. He went at just over 1 a ball. George Hill similarly. It was just a measured chase of a score that, when you're a young side, 328 to win in 50, is a big ask, isn't it? White in and dropped into the leg side this time by Duke, no run.
Well, and when you just looking at it from outside, but when you suddenly find yourself being bracketed with a certain SR Tendulkar in the record books, was it the only batsman to score a List A century younger than Harry Duke? I think was Tendulkar. When you sort of start moving into that sort of company, it's pretty special, isn't it? Because he played in the championship match, didn't he, against Northamptonshire up at Wantage Road earlier this month.
He is waiting for White. Good delivery from White, and Harry Duke has been bowled. So a great start for Northamptonshire. Didn't appear to get much in the way of foot movement in there. Maybe a little bit of nip back in towards the right-hander from the right-arm bowler, and so an early loss. And it is the man who got the century on Sunday. That's cricket for you. And Harry Duke has to go on this occasion with just 2 on the board. That just typifies this game and why we love it, doesn't it? 100 on the other day, extolling his virtues, but today he's been beaten by a good delivery. It
looked a decent ball from Jack White, didn't it? Just having a quick look on the replay, and it looked as though it just, as you said, it just nipped back. It just did enough. It wasn't exaggerated movement, but it just nipped back and went between bat and pad, hit the top of middle and off, I think. And decent ball from Jack White, justifying his selection, and an early success for Northamptonshire. I think that Harry Duke, when he played in the championship match up at Wantage Road, remember he got off the mark in that first innings with the most gorgeous square drive for 4. That was a shot of very, very high class, and unfortunately for him, he didn't carry on. I think Tom Taylor had him fairly early on after that, but it's just terrific. And you look at the strength and depth of the Yorkshire squad, and the players that of course aren't here. But to see Will Luxton he's only just 18 as well. You were telling me he's coming into the side and making his debut today. So it all goes well for the future of Yorkshire cricket. And as they always say, if Yorkshire cricket is strong, then English cricket is strong.
Yeah. So an early setback for Yorkshire, and to go with the news that Duan Olifia, who we thought was going to be playing today and had got over his back issues, he's also out. Stephen Patterson, well, we know he'll bring some control of course with the ball, but he won't have the pace and fire of an Olifia. Matt Pillans will be charged with the responsibility of getting it through, and that's for later in the day. At the moment, 7 for 1, Gary Balance then, skipper in the side now and on strike. He's solidly behind this first one. Try and bring you the details on Harry Duke, apart from the fact that he got 2. If my phone will update. I've got the same problems here at Scarborough as ever. When the sun shines on a morning, it's very hard to see what's going on in your laptop.
9 balls.
9 balls, thank you, Radders. There he comes, Jack Hendrick White, pushed back by Balance to the bowler to complete that over, and a good one as well from Jack White. 7 for 1 Yorkshire, with Will Frayne on 5 and Gary Balance yet to get off the mark.
It's been interesting for Jack White because he was Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in the Bob Willis Trophy in red ball last season, having been brought into the side, sort of fairly late developer really, and And this year he hasn't had a lot of opportunity, and played in the championship match down at Cardiff and just looked a little bit undercooked. And I think probably because that's exactly what he was. He just hadn't had enough overs under his belt. But he's a fine bowler, and especially if there's anything in the pitch, he gets a little bit of nibble, as he proved there, which proved the undoing of Harry Duke. Well, here's Will Frayne facing the start of the next over from Ben Sanderson. And again, Sanderson slipping one past the outside edge, getting a little bit of bounce as well on this green-looking pitch here at Scarborough, but now bright sunshine, beautiful morning. Still plenty of cloud around.
Jack White, according to the Playfair, Kirtley Jack.
Kirtley Jack, nothing to do with Kirtley Ambrose,
No?
which is what everyone assumes, but it's not. It is, I'm reliably informed, an old family name. So from Cumberland, born in Kendal, where the mint cake comes from, is Sanderson. That's beautiful punch off the back foot by Will Frayne, and it runs away just through backward point for 4 runs, and chased back to the boundary there in front of the stand on the west side of the ground by Charlie Thurston. Frayne up to 9, Yorkshire to 11 for 1. Beautiful stroke, lovely balance. Watched by Gary Balance from the other end.
Oh, Gary, you've got to get them all out there now.
In their else.
Tell you what.
It
It must be this commentator cam thing. Is that what
peaked
it
too
is?
early.
Give him a wave.
Sanderson and again bowls to Frayne, is in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson field may have peaked at 13 minutes past 11. That's always the worry in these sort of games. But yes, we're on commentator cam, aren't we?
Yeah, we do apologise for that. That there's no better eye candy, I'm afraid, today than the 3 of us in the box. Maybe we might get a bit of bird droppings or something like that on the window that might improve the view for you.
Here's Sanderson running in towards us. Bowls to Frayne, hit high up on the pad, half appeal for LBW from behind the wicket. Sanderson wasn't interested, must have been going over the top. But Ricardo Vasconcelos just asking the question. Not out, says the umpire.
DT saying, what do you mean no eye candy, JD? Wait till I sit in the chair at past.
Well, this is all... some of us came into radio just to avoid being seen. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Frayne, in behind it. Plays it up towards mid-off, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh. And there's no run. And still the crowd is building, coming into the ground for the main gate. North Marine Road over to our left. And also the seating down below us, already pretty full. Stand over on the west side of the ground to our right, filling up as well. And plenty enjoying the sunshine and the sea air in the deck chairs as well, as Sanderson comes in, bowls to Frayne, who's in behind that, plays it up to mid-on. End of another probing over from Ben Sanderson, at the end of which 4 overs gone. Yorkshire are 11 for 1. Will Frayne's made 9. And Gary Balance yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, and I'm sure the chat going on out there between the pair of them in the middle is a long way to go here. We need to bat 50 first and foremost, and while ever these two are there, Yorkshire have got the makings of a good score, you would have thought. But if you look down that list of batsmen, then it remains an inexperienced lineup. They are building their experience during this competition. Here is Kirtley Jack White from the Peasholm Park end. Gary Balance pushing the ball back to him. No run. Not sure if the Battle of River Plate will be taking place this afternoon, but if it is, you can be sure we'll hear it on our effects mic.
I'm glad you put me right on which sea battle it was, because I'm sure the last time I was here, which was a few years ago, I was told it was the Battle of Jutland, but I'm reliably informed it's the Battle of the River Plate.
Yeah, Callie probably had a couple of glasses of wine before he mentioned that to you. Here comes White again over the wicket and flicked nicely off his legs by Gary Balance to get him off the mark. He's going to settle for the single.
And isn't it terrific to be in Cali too? In the commentary boxes here named after Dave Callaghan. Many of us were privileged to work with over many years, and everyone very much misses still.
Absolutely, and you do get people still coming round and taking photographs of the front of the box where the tribute little placard is, beneath where I think I'm sitting. as White's next delivery sees Frayne shouldering arms. If you are listening while you're in situ here at North Marine Road today, if you've got the commentary on as well, thanks for joining us. You're welcome to pop along at the break between innings and have a chat. DT will buy you an ice cream probably. Expect to see a queue forming for that, because he does struggle to get his wallet out of his pocket. And he'll also be delighted to sell you a copy of Do They Play Cricket in Ireland and sign it for you, I'm sure. White in, driven, beautifully driven as well by Will Frayne this time. Superb shot through extra cover for 4, and rightly getting warm applause for that. I think the key was that he didn't try and hit the ball too hard. He waited, and he just sort of stopped on the shot. It was had a bit of check about it, didn't it, Radders?
Yeah, it was glorious bit of timing, and there's not a lot of margin for error, is there? I think even though the pitch does look a bit green tinged, there's not a lot of margin for error, and that was just I think it was more an issue with length than line, but as you say, he just leant on that. It was a sumptuous stroke, beautiful shot.
Neil Pratt this end, isn't it? Yeah,
it is.
Gives the ball to White, gives it back to White, and Frayne this time gets a delivery. It looks again shaping away from him, watched it well and ran it down to third man. So there is a little bit of aerial movement and maybe a little bit off the pitch, as we saw with that dismissal of Harry Duke for Jack White. In these early moments with the white ball, of course we know that tends not to go on for too long, but there is a fair bit of cloud overhead. The sun keeps poking its nose through from time to time. Hopefully I won't get burnt today.
Yes, you last week. A bit of the old tomato job, wasn't it, last time?
Yeah. Here's White again, and once more nicely played by Gary Balance, who you can hear the sound of how he timed that out to the sweeper on the leg side. Travelled quickly along the deck to him. They get just a single, and that means at the end of the 5th, 7 runs scored in that one. Takes Yorkshire to 18 for the loss of Harry Duke, who was bowled by Jack White for 2 in the 3rd over.
One thing occurs to me, Doidge, just looking out there, is did the good people of Scarborough not get the memo that nobody's interested in county cricket? Because there seems to be quite a few people coming in.
Yeah, just a passing fancy, I think.
Yeah, strange, isn't it? Very odd. This is another
couple of very nice Yorkshire blazers.
Blazers.
Look at those.
Wonderful
Splendiferous.
I don't know whether this is Scarborough Cricket or Henley Regatta. Absolutely splendid. Good to see.
The regatta, of course, will be taking place down on the Peasholm Park Lake a little bit later on. And I think we've got the commentary row off, haven't we?
Well, let's hope we don't get in the
I'm fancying my chances in that, actually, against you two.
Here's Ben Sanderson starting a fresh over. Round the wicket to Gary Balance, and a little bit of decent carry there from Sanderson, and Balance judging it well, letting it go through. But Ricardo Vasconcelos, who admittedly isn't the tallest, having to take that up by his breastbone. A nice bit of carry there for Ben Sanderson with the new ball off a relatively short run. I just hope we don't finish up with a regatta on the outfield here later on, if one or two of the forecasts to be believed, but hopefully that won't be the case. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to the left-handed Balance, and again plenty of movement there for Ben Sanderson, but probably largely after the ball had gone past the bat. And you can tell that by the fact that Ricardo Vasconcelos on this occasion, Balance having let it go through, takes the ball outside the line of leg stump. So there's a little bit there, partly the angle, but a little bit of movement through the air as well. Still plenty of cloud around, breezy morning. Here's Sanderson from the Trafalgar Square end, in again, bowls, and that beats Balance outside the off stump. So this is good stuff from Ben Sanderson. Enjoys bowling against Yorkshire, of course. County that released him, 10 years ago now. And the move to Northamptonshire having proved a very good one from his point of view. The last 6 seasons he's been at Wantage Road. He really has been the linchpin of Northamptonshire's attack, in red ball in particular, but also in white ball. Here's Sanderson in again, round the wicket, bowls to Balance, and he's caught behind. Balance trying to take this bat out of the way of that one again. A little bit of extra bounce from Sanderson, and just feathering through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, and that's a big wicket for Northamptonshire as Gary Balance goes cheaply. Just 2 runs to his name, and Yorkshire at 18 for 2.
Yeah, and with the dismissal of Gary Balance, that suggests they're in a bit of early trouble, because doesn't need me to tell you the vast amount of experience and runs he has to his name, and very much a key player in an inexperienced batting lineup. So you've got to congratulate Ben Sanderson for getting him to play that little bit of a false stroke, and disappointment that he's on his way back to the pavilion for just the 2. But George Hill, who put on a partnership of 176 with Harry Duke down at Leicestershire, effectively to win that game on Sunday. He was 90 not out. Well, let's hope from a Yorkshire point of view that doesn't go the same way here as things did for Harry Duke, because he's on his way out to the middle to bat at number 4. Incidentally, I've had a response from Yorkshire's interim head coach for this competition, Richard Pyra, on the Dwan Olivier front. He says he pulled up again with a sore back this morning, so hence his late withdrawal from the side, and the inclusion of Stephen Patterson.
Well, it's a shame for Olivier, but hopefully he'll be back fit and out on the park again soon. Yeah, George Hill, didn't he play well in that again, that championship match that we watched together up at Wantage Road earlier this month? I mean, he hadn't opened the batting before, but he made a very patient 71, and context to the match, very important innings, surpassed only really by Harry Brooks' terrific second innings 100. Well, here he is. Here's Hill out in the middle there now, facing Ben Sanderson with his back up. 2 slips in place, and that's played away. It's George Hill coming across his stump slightly, plays it out to deep mid-wicket, comes through for a single to get off the mark. Safe as Abe. Just coming in off the boundary to field, so Hill is away with a single. 19 for 2, Yorkshire, having lost Duke for 2 and Balance for 2. And still the spectators flocking into the ground, the terrace seating over to our left on the North Marine Road side of the ground. Pretty much half full already. Sanderson now bowling to Will Frayne, 14 to his name, and he's beaten him outside the off stump. That's a beauty from Sanderson. A little bit of lateral movement, but a bit of extra bounce as well, and that's a very good over from Ben Sanderson, which has seen the end of Gary Balance. 6 overs gone, and Yorkshire 19 for 2. Will Frayne's got 14 of those, and George Hill with a single. And I think Northamptonshire, this was just the start they would have been hoping for when Vasconcelos won the toss and chose to bowl first.
Absolutely, yeah. And Yorkshire, I think they just have to, it might not be the prettiest of cricket, but they just have to set their stalls out here to bat 50 overs and come up with what they can. If they bat 50, they'll still get a decent score, and they'll have something better to bowl at than that 165 they produced against Surrey last week, which incidentally, they still managed to take 5 Surrey wickets in their response. So anything 200, 220 plus would be something to bowl at. And they were saying after that game last week, as Hill plays this first Waite delivery of the over into the leg side, no run, they were saying afterwards last week that if they had got 220, they'd have been feeling, like they had a serious chance, and 250, they'd have been pretty confident they would be good enough to win the game. So, you've got to take into account the fact that this looks a bit greener. It's more of a bowling day, so you'd have thought 220 would still be a handy score here, as that is wide of off stump, and Hill shouldering arms. And if there is going to be rain around later on as well, then that may help the bowling cause. It might become more of a bowling day as the day goes on.
Yeah, could well be. You're an expert in these things, Doige. Are we allowed to call those seagulls, or are they gulls?
They're gulls, yeah.
I'm thinking about our colleague Dave Fletcher. I was taken to task about this, but describing them as seagulls when they weren't.
Here's White. And again, Hill shouldering arms. They're definitely gulls. DT probably wants us to name the specific type of gull. The herring variety tend to often land on field here.
We had an invasion of them down at Cardiff in the championship match a couple of weeks ago. We had a couple of hundred of them on the outfield. It was Flying Ants Day, and even Edward Bevan, our colleague down there, has watched Glamorgan cricket for more years than any of us would care to remember, I'm sure, was saying he'd never seen anything like it. So remarkable.
There was a lot on field last week. White to Hill, who's opening the face and running it back at a point for a single. There were a lot down towards the marquee last week, and they didn't even move when the ball came their way. They just sort of watched it go between them. Didn't flinch.
Well, I must admit, it looked at one point, it was in Cardiff, it was a bit like a Hitchcock film. They were all over the place. It was slightly unnerving for a while.
Must be the beard. Brad has attracted them. Maybe they thought it was food, or that you still have some food stuck in it, maybe from breakfast that they fancied a little nibble at. In comes Waite to Frayne, who's flicking that one nicely through mid-wicket. It was aerial for a while, but that's of no consequence because there is no fielder there. He's out on the boundary, and they get one. I remember that first game I covered with you and Bradders here, when Worcestershire gave Yorkshire a fearful beating, and we had a couple of goals across, and it was packed down the North Marine Road side of the ground, and one in particular was standing there as if he was stewarding. He was only facing the crowd, and it lasted for a couple of overs where he sort of wandered slightly to the left and then back to the right. Sergeant Major Seagull, or Gull. Waite into Hill once again, and that's dropped into the offside final ball of over number 7 even, with the total on 21 for 2.
Now, you see, I found the job, Doidge, that I really should be doing. There's a gentleman down in front of us, and obviously they have there's still people coming into the ground, and they have a sort of little rope barrier down there that's intended to keep people from walking behind the arm when the bowling is from that end. And at the end of the over, when the bowling is from the other end, the chap just pulls the rope tight, and then when it's from the other end, then he just lets it go. That must be a very, very, very satisfying job. I think I rather fancy that.
Yeah, it could be in danger of RSI though during a 4-day match. Think
true,
4 days. I mean,
there's Sanderson starting a fresh over, bowls to Will Frayne, who's going to pick up certainly a single. He may in fact pick up a couple as he turns that nicely away through mid-wicket. Sabe has to make a lot of ground coming off the boundary to field, and they come through for a couple of runs. Not the best return to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who treats Sabe to what one might describe as an old-fashioned look. 2 on the total, 23 for 2, and Frayne up to 17, sorry.
Oh, as we're about to have a change in the commentary box, we rotate to give voices a rest and listeners a rest from our voices as well. I wonder if they have that in the same way they have that with stewards. You know, if you've been on that rope all day and it's a real strain, do you get to stand some other passageway during the rest of the day's play?
Sanderson in again, just strays onto the hip of Will Frayne. I don't think he's got any bad on that. It's run away for 4, and it is indeed signalled as leg byes by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. So 4 onto the total, retrieved down from in front of us by Tom Taylor, and Yorkshire to 27 for 2. Nicely
played, but I want, if there's a chat on a morning from the head steward who says, right, okay, John, you're down on the rope this morning, but I realise that fatigue will be kicking in. We've got to manage your workload, so you then move to the west stand, and you can sit with the punters down there for a bit and have half an hour with your feet up.
I think you're going into the realms of fantasy now. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Frayne, who's up on his toes, plays that up to mid-on, and there's no run.
But we've got a 4-day game, boss, and mentally I'm feeling exhausted. I'm exhausted. I need a break today. Yeah, okay, well you go stand by the tea room then. You do the tea room for the first half hour, have a nice little break, get yourself a cuppa as well.
That's a great thing. A proper tea room on this ground as well. It's wonderful. It's one of the many, very many delightful features of cricket at Scarborough. The tea room. Here's Ben Sanderson running in from the Trafalgar Square end. Bowls to Will Frayne. Again, plays it down to backward point. Nicely on top of the bounce. Fielded by Graham White. And there's no run. And I was just having a little look at where Ben Sanderson is landing. I don't think he's looked to me as though he was following through particularly straight, but maybe the umpire's just unhappy with where the first step after delivery. Here's Sanderson already back at the end of his mark. 2 slips still in place. Bowls to Frayne again on his hip, and Sanderson just straying a couple of times onto leg stump, which is unlike him. This time Frayne just plays it down to Emilio Gay, who's saving the single on the edge of the square, deep at backward square leg rather, and there's no run. There's plenty of places, plenty of opportunities to eat around here as well, which always appeals to me. Some pleasant looking treats that people are wandering past with. mid-morning snack. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls Fuller, and on the line of off-stump, driven up to Keogh at mid-off. No run to end the over. 7 overs gone, and Yorkshire 27 for 2. And after words of wisdom from Doidge, I shall leave you in the tender care of Doidge and DT.
Not sure there's much tender going on, but anyway, 27 for 2 after 8, as Radha says. Good morning to Jakes and to Steve Dickey, who have both given me cricket-related follows this morning on Twitter, and also on Twitter, Mighty Mariner says, morning all, will you be doing a live stream when Yorkshire play Warwickshire at York? Let's cut that and carry on. Yes, we will, is the answer to that. Matty says, it's the Battle of River Plate and the boats are controlled by council park workers lying flat in them as they move around and have little fireworks being set off around them, as White's first delivery to Hill is watched by. Fireworks set off around then, or so Matty Gray and the citation needed team say. Okay, not quite sure that all makes sense, but anyway. Thanks, Matty. And Bob O'Hara says, can you give the crow on the outfield a shout out too? It seems to be having a jolly time pottering around. Looking for a crow. There is something dark away to the right in my eye line between myself and the tea room. There was one a little bit closer to play near the Royal London signs a couple of overs ago. George Hill just thinking about playing that one to the offside and watches it go by. DT is finally managed to get the headset in place.
Yeah, good morning. Doidge, good morning everybody, and the sun's out, which we rather like to see. A fairly even sort of start. Northants a little bit on top, perhaps.
White to Hill, watching another one go by. Yep, it's at Jonathan Doidge, it's at DO_cricket, or it's at OldManRad for your Twitter contacts if you want to get in touch with us. Thoughts on play so far, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com.
He's not that old, is he? He's not 60 yet. Can't really call yourself old man Rad when you're only 59. Still to join this. What are the septuagenarians is 70s, isn't it?
Here's White to Hill, opens the face, runs it down to third man for a single. Yorkshire, by the way, have won all of the last 14 List A matches between these two counties. Good record against Northamptonshire in recent times. The last Northants win in a List A match came 20 years ago, and his last win at Headingley back in 2000. And each county's got the same highest total against each other, 314. I can't imagine that anybody will be getting that today, but you never know. Never say never. Yorkshire did rub off 300 and more than that at Leicester on Sunday, as White's next delivery is driven back at him firmly by Frayne. I think that might have caught him in the shin, possibly in his follow through the bowler.
Well, he was interested for a minute, wasn't he? He pitched sort of 2 or 3 yards in front of him, and then he was sort of down. Can I get my hands under it? Is it going to carry? No, it didn't carry, but struck him on the shin. As the two of you were mentioning, the likeness between him and dear old Michael Henderson, who died yesterday.
Hendrick.
Michael
Henderson didn't die yesterday. No, Michael Henderson hasn't died, folks.
Next delivery is pushed into yards. I've gone for a quick single. Very good run in there. Oh dear. The shy at the stumps actually hit the batsman, but that's perfectly allowed because it was taking a quick cheeky single. 29 for 2. Michael Hendrick, who died yesterday, I should really, he actually preferred to be called Michael, so since the news of his sad death has come through, I've sort of tried to call him Michael, but Mike Hendrick is what he was known as when he was bowling quickly for England, and then later on, of course, the first full-time coach of Ireland, and that's when I sort of got to know him. And a lovely man. He could be a grumpy old so-and-so at times, but he a lot of the downness you felt was a bit sort of put on, and he got that sort of grudging walk about him as well, at the end, that a lot of the world was against him. And Very fine bowler, very fine man, and sadly no longer with us.
Here's Wayne Parnell into Frayne. Wayne Parnell into the attack for Northamptonshire, and Frayne's got a shot away off the back foot that he timed the backside off there. Absolutely zinged its way past mid-on. It didn't look like he'd got that much on it at first, but it seemed to pick up pace on its way up the hill to the Trafalgar Square end for 4.
Yeah. Is that a technical term I haven't run into before? Timed the backside off it?
Indeed.
Okay.
Well, it was a polite way of putting what I might have said.
It was an extraordinary shot because it was a good ball, but he just punched it back past the bowler, 4 runs.
Parnell, left arm over the wicket. All the best bowlers do that, and that's shaping across Frayne, who's able to watch it go by.
Yes.
There was a time, just looking down the other records, Colin Johnson took 4 catches against Northants at Huddersfield in 1974. I did play a few games under the captaincy of said Colin Johnson, about 10 years after that. Nice chap, man of relatively few words. I remember him just giving you a signal when you were on the field. Parnell in again, and Frayne shoulders arms. You know, one of those, he stood at Gully, he was a real good catcher at Gully. Didn't miss many, and I'm sure anybody listening who played under Johnners would remember he kind of just guided you with the hand. If he'd sort of give a clap, and then it's not great for radio, this is it, but he'd move his hand, let's say left to right, as if he was wiping a window, as if, you know, he wanted just to move slightly that way or the other way or whatever. There was never much in the way of being demonstrative about it. As Parnell is in, and Will Frayne has a little bit of a flash at this one wide of off stump. Misses. Still the 2 slips in place, so they're still feeling like they're in attacking mode here, DT.
They are. So it's fairly even, you would think, in this first 10 overs, given the fact that obviously the first 10 overs is when you're expecting a little bit of movement, a couple of wickets to fall. Northants just on top with those 2 wickets, particularly the wicket of Gary Ballance, of course.
Parnell again, and this time Frayne on the back foot, but decides to watch it by. And I think that's sensible policy. They have lost those couple of earlies. They do want to make sure they bat the 50, and I think that's got to be minimum requirement today, DT.
Yeah,
bat your 50, see what you get.
Yeah, we saw them bowled out last week in 36 overs, was it 37 overs?
Yeah.
So that's a nonsense for a 50 over game. It's a nonsense for a 40 over game, but 50 overs, no.
It's not a nonsense. It's a nonsense for a 35 over game, to be honest.
It would be, yeah.
Here's Parnell in again, and he ball short of length, and Frayne is up on his toes trying to punch that one off the back foot, but he's beaten just outside off stump. 80, sorry, not 80, they'd love it to be 80. 83 for 2, 33 for 2 after the first 10 overs, Yorkshire.
Yeah, so that last ball just showing a little bit of a sign of a little bit of extra bounce as it went through to the to the keeper, but haven't seen as much variable bounce early on as we saw here this time last week when Surrey were bowling, and 1 or 2 deliveries, well, not really taking off, but giving the bowler plenty of encouragement, particularly from that Trafalgar Square end. So decent enough crowd in again today, populating the various sides of this ground. If you've not been to Scarborough, and there's no excuse if you're a Yorkshire listener, unless you live abroad or something, I don't know. But if you're a Northamptonshire fan, you should definitely get it on your bucket list to visit to Scarborough. Jack White in, bowls in the air, and a great caught and bowled, diving away to his left, just mistimed a little bit there by George Hill, looking for the drive, and he's gone. Good acrobatic, almost goalkeeper style, wasn't it? Going with 2 hands to his left as he followed through, took off, and ball probably wasn't as timed as well as young George Hill would have liked, and that's the end of Hill. That's the 3rd wicket down, 33 for 3. Will Frayne's still there, he's got 22, but again another failure, and We saw this regularly last week, didn't we? That particularly the younger batsmen would get in there for a little while, look good, but then shot selection, not a very good shot, that one from George Hill. Johnny Tattersall coming in at number 5. Good caught and bowled. That'll look good if they've got that one on the camera, Doige.
It will, and they did. They have.
You're just watching the replay?
No, I was getting in the process of putting the stream up, and I heard your commentary of the wicket. So it's definitely been on the stream.
Did I do it credit?
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah,
you sounded like me as well.
When you start, and these guys, you sort of.
And he's bowled him. There we are. He's bowled him. Memorable, magnificent. The stumps have been broken there.
Yes. Colton bowled.
And that's 6. You can't bowl that to Viv Richards. Who's that?
Colton bowled. I don't know. Was that Fred again?
It's a sort of generic northern accent.
Oh, right, okay.
Generic northern. It was Jim Laker would have said something like, "On his bowled him. You can't bowl."
Can't play that sort of shot. Can't leave the gap between bat and pad. Here comes Waite again. 2 wickets to him now. Bowls to Tattersall. That's just leaving him away outside the off stump. And so he does have a great similarity to Michael Hendrick, if not Michael Henderson, who's still alive and very well. So it's Mike Hendrick. England fast bowler, Ireland coach, great man. Lots of lovely stories coming out from all over since the news broke yesterday. Waite again, and that's a good delivery. He's going to get 4 runs for that. Is Tattersall. He played it with soft hands, but it was an edge. It wasn't opening the face or anything. It's gone past second slip and away down there to the boundary, to the side of the sponsor's name, Royal London. They got their boundary boards down there as part of their deal. I'm sure that they're behind the bowler's arm for these games. Crowds spread out all around this ground. The gulls you can hear chirping away. Next to delivery, well left that one, again angling away from it through to the keeper. Good carry from Waite. Tattersall not interested in it. Do gulls chirp, or do they caw, or what do they do? They sort of...
It's more of a shrill sort of squawk, isn't it, really?
Squawk, yeah, squawking away. I'll give it squawking away, yeah. We'll go with that. 37 for 3 after that boundary a couple of balls ago. Loping run from Waite. Pitches up and it's on leg stump and clipped away firmly, but straight to the man out there in the deep square leg, and gets the throw in quickly. Excellent piece of fielding down there on the that's the western side of the ground, you were telling me.
Indeed, it's the west stand, yeah. It's a bit breezy today. We didn't have this sort of breeze for either of the games last week, did we? So the wind's definitely got up.
Hopefully blowing the clouds over. 38 for 3 with now Frayne on strike. Waite bowls to him and covers up, pushes into the offside. That's the end of another successful over for the Northants opening bowler.
Breeze? That's not breeze, lad. Neil Harvey felt a breeze when I produced a rip snorter past his nose end.
Oh, breeze parted his hair. Wasn't he one of these, Neil Harvey along with Compton at that time? They were all sort of into Brill cream and things.
Oh.
Do you think that was something to do with Fred, the pace of Fred's bowling, that they didn't want their hair put out of pace as the ball whistled past?
Aye. Fine player, Neil Harvey. Mind you, hide him out. Good morning, gents. Watching on the live stream says 65 Gambo. Philip Gamage, good start for Northamptonshire. Can you mention Buckinghamshire over 50s versus Essex over 50s at Wolverton Town Cricket Club, Osborne Street, Milton Keynes, 1 p.m. start, weather permitting. Thanks.
No, we can't.
Parnell down the hill from the Trafalgar square end, and that's wide of off stump and pushed into the covers where Charlie Thurston feels enthusiastically. There's no run. Neil Dutton says morning.
Why does he want that mentioned?
Don't know, because people would want to be here at Scarborough, wouldn't they? But I do recall Philip sending us a few messages in of that ilk when we were at Northampton the other week. Morning, Doidgy, says Neil Dutton. I heard D.O. Cricket mention that the late Mike Hendrick was the first full-time coach of Ireland. Can't help thinking that someone should write a book about cricket and Ireland. Parnell in, and Tattersall runs that out to point, and there is no run.
Well, funny you should say that.
Yeah, he's brought.
Funny you should say that.
He's brought this thing in today, which is great for sticking the sandwiches on. I think a little bit later on they're going to be positioned on this bit of pulp to my right.
Should be able to find it in bookshops. If not, it's online somewhere. Very good read. 38 for 3. Promised I wouldn't mention it as much today.
Parnell down the hill to Tattersall, who with no foot movement offers the bat at the ball. Danger territory. Misses it. No run. Yorkshire, of course, will move on from here down to Taunton. They'll be heading off down there doubtless on Saturday morning for a bit of practice. Saturday afternoon they're playing Sunday against Somerset.
No game for the next 5 days.
Yeah, quite a little spell is August really. Just the odd one-day game thrown in here and there. Parnell in again, and again Tattersall this time shouldering arms. And then from Somerset they move on to York, of course, next week. 2 fixtures. Tuesday next week, Warwickshire the visitors to Clifton Park, and then on Friday it will be Nottinghamshire.
Yeah, I'm
who are the visitors.
Hoping to get to that first one. So it's a great ground at York. It's really enjoyed that 4 days there. When was it? That was Warwickshire as well, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
A Warwickshire win.
Yeah, good game of cricket.
So 38 for 3 as Parnell's into Tattersall again, who's once more not a lot of foot movement. That's wide of off stump and given by Steve O'Shaughnessy as the first wide of the day. So Northamptonshire have been pretty tight on that front. And there we go.
Oh,
it's DT's wake-up call.
better put it on silent.
Got the Cali bug. Parnell coming in. Tattersall flicks it through mid-wicket. Nicely played, nicely timed. It's not going to bring him a boundary, but he's going to get at least 2. They're turning and thinking about a third, but common sense prevails at this stage with 3 wickets already lost. That couple takes Tattersall on to 7. So 41 for the loss of 3. Wilf Brain has moved on to 22. He of course came up with a big 100 in the warm-up game against Northumberland here last week, Wilf Brain. Then got a good delivery to dismiss him in singles figures against Surrey. And then made pretty good 45 or 32 down at Leicester on Sunday. Tattersall driving square to Thurston, last ball of the over. It was a dot. So 41 for 3 Yorkshire after 12 overs. The 3 victims so far. Well, star of the show down at Leicester on Sunday, Harry Duke. He was first man to go here, as is cricket. He was bowled by Jack White for 2 off 9 deliveries. And then we saw the loss of Gary Balance, worrying loss from Yorkshire's point of view. 2 off 9 as well for him, caught behind by Vasconcelos off the bowling of Ben Sanderson. And then George Hill, who was not out 90, of course, at the weekend. Well, he's also had his feet firmly pinned to the ground, caught and bowled by Jack White for 3 off 11.
Is that the punishment when they get back to the dressing room? Sit down there, lad. Your feet are being pinned to the ground.
All right, it's cricket, lad.
Not batting again. It's just the disappointing one was balance, because it was just a little bit sort of casual, wasn't it? Sort of trying to take the bat out of the way, not caught behind. Anyway, Jack White continues, pushes. That's pushed into the offside, and there's no run to be had there, fielded at mid-off. So 7th over this for Waite. Fair bit of work for him. Bowlers of Mike Hendricks vintage though would have thought, oh, only 7 overs. Next ball whipped away down to long leg. 2 men out there. The fine leg gets round to it first before the deep backward square, and the batsmen are able to come back for 2 runs.
7 overs just getting loose.
Well, Michael Hendrick, he did say to, we were talking about it once, and he said, well, when you county bowler back in the day, you look to get into a rhythm by the end of May, and then you'd go out and you'd bowl your 20, 25 overs a day, you'd have a couple of pints, fish and chips on the way home, and then get up and do it the following day. Do that until through to September. Waite bowls in the air and safe, wide of a straight really of a wideish mid on, down to the boundary for 4 runs, but there was just a little bit of expectation there as that ball left his bat and passed the stumps at the non-striker's end. Comfortable catching height.
Andy says, can you give Ian Holmes of Bishopthorpe CC a mention? Last weekend he was a last minute call up because of a COVID ping to a teammate. Chasing 208, he got 121, retired out off 43 balls. Retired because he was on nights and had to dash top knockings in the York Senior League.
Next delivery from Waite actually beats a frame there, goes through to the keeper. He just played at that one. How many? 100 and...
So well done, Ian Holmes. 121 retired out off 43. Had to retire because he was working nights and had to dash.
Yeah, but he was obviously dashing during that innings. That's a tremendous.
If I'd have been the opposition, I'd have been phoning the ground from your mobile saying, can that Ian lad, can you send him in early? We need him on shift earlier, I'm afraid, just about an hour before.
Waite bowls, and that swung away in the air and out. Caught at a deep backward square just in front. Frane's got a short delivery from Waite. That's his 3rd wicket. And another poor shot selection from the Yorkshire batters. They're now 47 for 4. Frane has gone for 28. He's dragging himself off. He can't believe he's done that. In fact, he probably thinks, Deutsch, he's picked that up so well, middled it so well, he's probably had no intention of hitting it in the air that far. He's just picked up a short of a length delivery, swung it away down there to the western stand, the west stand, and comfortable enough catch.
Yeah, well, the western stand is closer to the west stand than the Ken Dodd stand, I suppose, and it's oh boy, yes, 28 off 38 for Will Frane, but he'll be disappointed with that shot. Hit it straight down the throat of the man on the mid-wicket boundary, I'm afraid, and as you say, he timed it well enough.
I think that might have actually been his undoing. I think he might just have timed it too well. I mean, it does happen sometimes. You help the ball out towards the boundary, don't you? Don't think for a minute it's going to carry down there. But well, there we go.
Yes, so not a single partnership built so far. Partnerships have been worth 7, 11, 15 and 14 now, and they're just losing wickets at regular intervals. 28 though, he was the top scorer of the knock so far, and Yorkshire will be hoping that he's not the top scorer come the end of it, because they won't have that many on the board. 28 off 38, 47 for 4. It was Charlie Thurston doing the catching on the mid-wicket boundary, and so Matty Revis, who played well, didn't he, here last week.
Again, he's got work to do. He had the sort of calming influence of Gary Ballance at the other end last week, didn't he? He's got Johnny Tattersall there for a partner this week, and he's got a repair job to do again. Because again, if you're looking at a score, you'd be thinking 250, 260 at least. Waite's the new batsman, Revis, and he allows that one to go through, and there's no run. And Yorkshire have lost 4 wickets in 13 overs, 12.5 overs. That's the end of the 13th over. And if you look down that card, Deutsch, I don't want to sound like a grumpy old commentator, but you look down the card. We've just discussed Frane's. Maybe just struck it too well, but it was in the air. strike the ball along the ground, you don't get caught. Duke, bowled by White, ball that came back on him slightly, but again, rather than defending, he was just doing that sort of push shot, trying to get a bit of momentum into the ball and missed it. Balance, very casual, tried to get the bat out of the way and just ran along the bat face, glanced off the bat face through to the keeper, caught behind. That was Ben Sanderson's 1 wicket, and Hill's 3rd wicket, although obviously it was his 2nd wicket, was caught and bowled. Very good catch, got to say that, diving away to the left, but ball hit in the air again, and that was the end of George Hill. Parnell breaks off his run there very conveniently, because I hadn't quite finished what I was saying, but he's ready to go again now.
Just giving the nod.
Yeah.
You're okay now, Wayne?
On your way.
There he comes, right on cue. In past O'Shaughnessy to bowl to Tattersall, who's trying to drive this one through extra cover, but it's fielded there by Rob Keogh. And there is no run, so individual scores: 28 for Will Frayne, 2 for Harry Duke, the same for Gary Balance, and just a 3 for George Hill. And bowling figure-wise so far, we haven't made much in the way of that, but Jack White, 3 for 26 off his 7 so far, an excellent start, well, almost conclusion for him, really, with just the 3 overs left. Parnell in and across Tattersall, who shoulders arms. Wonder if Ricardo Vasconcelos will let Jack White complete, as he's got rhythm and he's continuing to chip away at the wickets column. Might do so. Ben Sanderson was 4 overs, 1 for 10. Wayne Parnell, the only wicketless bowler to date. Scores elsewhere in the early moments, by the way. Lancashire 64 without loss against Kent, who put them into bat at Beckenham. That's a dot ball here from Parnell past the outside of Johnny Tattersall's off stump. Start delayed by rain at wherever Somerset are playing Glamorgan, Taunton, presumably. Not given the venue. They're the only other 2 matches actually in the competition today. West Indies taking on Pakistan in Bridgetown this afternoon. Sri Lanka, India in Colombo later today as well. The 100's got the Manchester Originals taking on the Northern Superchargers. Here is Parnell again. Once more, Tattersall happy to watch that go by. And Ireland women playing against the Netherlands women today in fact, no, that looks like it was yesterday.
No, it was yesterday, but it was rained off. This is the 3rd one today. Ireland won the first. 28 runs on Monday. Yesterday they were running for the boathouses. Yesterday it was very, very wet.
Do they play cricket in Ireland? Parnell is in, and that's full, and with an open face, Johnny Tattersall plays a nice drive of sorts, square drive, down to 3rd man, where Jack White fields. They get a single, takes them to 48 for the loss of 4. Somebody, somewhere along the line here, if Yorkshire are to put a score on the board that will challenge Northamptonshire, somebody has got to stick around here and build an innings. And it's almost like you've got to this stage with 37 overs to go that you're sort of playing a bit of red ball mentality, playing the longer game, chewing up some deliveries, pushing the ball around. Well,
it's a one-day game of cricket, isn't it? So
try and hit the accelerator later on, when you've got a few overs and hopefully still a few wickets left in the tent. Parnell to Revis, who shapes to play at that with some aggression and then pulls the bat out of the way. It completes over number 13, 48 for 4.
You've seen how many runs.
My apologies, over number 14, 48 for 4.
You see how many runs you can score in a T20 match when you got wickets in hand. This is obviously 50 overs, bat sensibly first half of the innings, 8 wickets in hand and halfway. You can quite easily add those extra runs.
And with that, I think I better disappear. DT's now decided to disappear. We'll get Radders back in.
No, I was just having another attempted communication on my phone. Distracted me a bit. Radders, has he done his report? Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. White's continuing. That's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. The start of his 8th over. Will they bowl him through? That reminds me of an old Mike Hendrick story as well. And in a Gillette Cup final, would it have been? I think it might have been the last Gillette Cup final, 1981, when Derbyshire actually won a very exciting match. And he shouldn't have been fit to play. Hendrick, 48 for 4. Waite bowls, and Tattersall leaves that alone. He had a cortisone injection, as they used to in those days, the night before the game, on the understanding that he would bowl his 12 overs straight through, and then either limp around in the field or go off or whatever. He bowled 10 overs, and the Derbyshire captain, Barry Wood, said, "OK, Hendo, save your other 2 for later." And he said, "There's no way you can do that, Skip. You know, I can't. This is I can't come back." Next delivery for Waite. A wild swing by Tattersall. Barry Waite. I'm having a great morning. Barry Waite. He was one of his tracks was playing in the background whilst this was going on. No, Barry Wood was Derbyshire captain. Of course, Barry Wood, a very sort of, what shall we say, opinionated, sort of very strange character.
I would have loved to have seen Barry Waite running in.
Barry Wood, it was, and caused all sorts of problems. Next delivery is driven back past White on it, running down towards the boundary. They're going to get 2 runs, and that incident actually led to Hendrick leaving Derbyshire, and he hadn't finished his career at Nottinghamshire, as you know. So just a few stories about dear old Mike Hendrick, who died yesterday.
You see, the trouble with me is I'm always looking for a Barry Waite inline.
Oh dear, very good, very good. As Doidgy leaves us, yes, Barry Waite, or Barry Wood even, played for England. Barry Wood, White bowls, and that's pushed back to him. Curtly Jack White, which almost born to be a fast bowler, you'd think, with a name like that. Here comes White again, the bottom of his run. He's bowling from the Pison Park end, running slightly uphill to bowl to Tattersall, who tries to force that one off the back foot, does force it off the back foot, but straight to cover, no run. 50 for 4, Tattersall's got 10. The Revis is not yet off the mark. That's the end of the over. Radders is back in. Now, before we go any further, I've just got to ask you, White's bowled beautifully here this morning, but
he has.
Curtly Jack.
Yes.
Curtly Jack.
It's everybody assumes that it's something to do with Ambrose, and it's not. It's a family name apparently. But he's from Cumberland, say born in Kendal, and it is apparently a family name. So it's nothing to do with Curtly Ambrose.
That's
which is slightly disappointing, I know.
Particularly as Curtly Ambrose, of course, used to play for.
That's right. We never let the facts get in the way of a good story.
Next delivery, pitched out, start of a new over from Parnell, driven up to mid-off. We were talking about old songs here and whatever. That was Barry White a minute ago, but you could almost have Curtly Jack. Is it true what Radders said? You're not named after Curtly Ambrose?
Oh, there you are. It's an excerpt from a teenage opera, wasn't it? Going way back. Oh dear. 50
for 4. Parnell, left arm over bowls, over pitched outside the off stump, driven firmly, but straight out to the man there, Charlie Thurston, on the cover boundary. So just the 1 run, but that'll make Revis feel a lot better.
Yes, the wicket of Will Frame was a bit of a bonus for Northamptonshire, wasn't it? Really, it was. It's one of those that almost came out of nowhere.
Do we blame him for that? In one sense, you've got to blame him. Parnell to Tattersall. and that's played up to mid-off, no run. But was he just helping it out there and just caught it out of the sweet spot and it carried all the way?
Yeah, I was listening to what I was sort of sitting down outside, and I think absolutely he called it spot on. He just hit it too well. I think the shot was there. But I don't think he was actually aiming to get it all the way out there. And
well, it's carried, some 60, 70 yards or more.
Yeah.
Next ball is played away again down to that west side, and again Thurston does the fielding. And one more run, this time to Tattersall, 52 for 4. Yeah, did he think that was ever going to carry that far? Because he got no height on it. It wasn't ever above head height. The pull. He just connected sweetly with it and had to drag himself off Will Frayne because he'd obviously done the hard work and was looking to go on and make a decent score. Parnell bowls, and that's play and miss by Matt Revis outside the off stump. He just pushed at that one. No good. Trying to pretend you played the line, lad. We know what happened there. Success for the bowler.
Yes, I see Tom Taylor's limbering up as well. Had a good game in the previous match against Glamorgan with bat and ball. He took the new ball against Glamorgan, picked up a couple of wickets. Billy Root and Callum Taylor. It's interesting. Northampton's assistant coach John Sadler, who's in charge for this competition. Come back to that in a second.
Parnell bowls driven slightly uppishly wide of extra cover, and again out to Thurston in his white sun hat out there. He's the only one who's not wearing a cap, patrolling the acres down there.
Yes, rarely seen without the sun hat, Charlie Thurston. Yeah, as John Sadler was saying that he thought that for 46 overs on Sunday, Northamptonshire were very good. It's just unfortunate that the game went on a bit longer than that. But they had Glamorgan at 160 odd for 5, and at that point, I think it was going to be a question of chasing 230, 240. And in the end, of course, they leaked 66 runs in the last 5 overs. So, including 23 off the penultimate one from Ben Sanderson. It's rare you see Sanderson quite so costly. But it is going to be Tom Taylor coming into the attack, as say in the match against Glamorgan, bowled 10 overs, 2 for 54, and then 65 not out off 59 balls to keep Northamptonshire just about in the game. But the top order, to be honest, rather fell apart. And the one partnership of any note in that game, which was between Ben Curran and Saif Zabe, once that had been broken, the end was pretty much inevitable. But it is going to be Tom Taylor start his bowling for the day from this end, and he's bowling to Matt Revis, who's in behind that. Just enough shape on it to keep the bowler interested. Played it down on the offside, and there's no run. Yes, we have established that it was the Battle of the River Plate. I gather it is the Battle of the River Plate that's reenacted. So Exeter, Ajax and Achilles, wasn't it, in the Graf Spey. Very good film, I remember, it was made of that, wasn't it? Anthony Quayle and Peter Finch. Very good film. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Revis, who's going to pick up a single there, turns that away down to long leg. Sanderson comes in off the boundary to field, sends in his good return to Vasconcelos, and Revis goes up to 3, and Yorkshire to 54 for 4 after being put into bat by Ricardo Vasconcelos. Good start by the Northamptonshire seamers, in particular Jack White. He was the one change in the Northamptonshire side for this game, brought in to replace the left-arm wrist spinner Freddie Heldrick for this one, and he's already picked up 3 off the 4 wickets to fall on this breezy day at Scarborough, as you can doubtless hear. There's Taylor in again, bowling to Tattersall this time, who's in behind that, drops it down on the offside, fielded by Emilio Gay in there at backward point, and there's no run. Interestingly, Graham White, who's usually in there at backward point, it's almost become his specialist position, is not there at the moment. He's been out there sweeping on the boundary. He's been down at fine leg, having a chat with the crowd. Here's Taylor in again, sun out, and that's pulled away by Tattersall off a mixture of maybe spliced it, maybe a bit of glove in there. It runs down safely enough to long leg where Sanderson again fields. One more run onto the total. Tattersall up to 12 and Yorkshire to 55 for 4.
Yeah, he didn't get hold of that one at all, did he? Graham White, if he's normally at backward point, is he maybe nursing a bruised hand or something?
Yeah, it's possible. He's grazing out at deep cover at the moment, so perhaps a bit of change of scenery. I imagine we'll see him in the attack before too long. Here's Taylor in again, bowls and just turns Revis round a little bit there with a little bit of movement off the seam. Good ball from Taylor. Regular listeners will know my contention that I've mentioned on commentary a time or two this year, that I think Tom Taylor's figures this year generally, and probably in red ball cricket in particular, have not reflected really how well he's bowled across the whole season. He's not perhaps the luckiest bowler, but he's produced some good figures, and he's a terrific team man, a very good acquisition for Northamptonshire the tail end of last season. He's in again, bowls to the big tall figure of Matt Revis, who plays that out to Charlie Thurston at deep mid-wicket for a comfortable single. Thurston sends in a return on the bounce into the gloves of Vasconcelos. End of the over, 56 for 4 Yorkshire, 16 gone. Johnny Tattersall is 12, Matt Revis is 4, and a tidy enough start to his bowling for the day by Tom Taylor.
There's a couple of deliveries in that over, just started to turn Revis around as pitching and straightening, or back towards or leaving him, should we say. But that final delivery, he actually got his wish and shaped to play into the leg side. The ball didn't do enough off the pitch to prevent him just getting a single there. Old mate of mine, Jerry's been in touch, talking about the Gulls. A very old mate these days. Parnell starts a new over. That's played firmly again down to Thurston by Revis off the back foot, and again good fielding down there, and he gets his throw away very quickly. Charlie Thurston.
He's a terrific fielder. He's one of the probably the two best fielders in this side. He would say, him and Safe Sabe.
It's just the single. Good fielding. Yeah, Joey said those goals are very partial to fish and chips. You have to guide your lunch at Scarborough. He would know. Had a few lunches here over the years, Joey. He lives in Leeds these days. Next ball is again just eased down to Charlie Thurston. He's doing a lot of the fielding from Parnell's bowling. Parnell, the left armer, just angling the ball across the batter. Long-time Middlesex fan, very familiar figure on the county circuit over the years, Joey. Sells a few books as well.
My son was traumatised by having
but not by Jerry.
Not by Jerry, by having his sausage roll nicked by a gull down in Cornwall many years ago.
Parnell bowls through to the keeper, no run. Yes, seaside gulls. They're a bit evil like that, don't they? And can be. Was he holding the sausage roll?
Yes,
at the
he
time?
was.
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
My niece lost an ice cream that way when she was sort of about 8 or 9 years old.
You can be scarred for life, can't you, by that sort of thing?
Well, yes.
Graham White's down. He's grazing down at long leg now, and he was having an animated conversation with a member of the coaching staff. So
Parnell bowls. That one's eased down to third man this time. So again, angling across. This time 1 run to Revis, takes Yorkshire on to 59 for 4.
At one point I thought he was auditioning for Give Us a Clue or something like that. It was like a game of charades down there.
He's looking at his hands a bit, and I don't know, maybe he's just biting a nail or something.
Yeah, maybe he did. There were 1 or 2 smashed back at him on Sunday. Maybe he's just got a little bit of a bruised hand, as you say. So keeping out of the danger zone.
Parnell bowls and almost seems content, doesn't he, just to let them work that one through the offside. This time Tattersall down to Thurston. 1 more to the total. 6-3 field. He's got 3 attempting to save the one on the offside. A slip in place. Third man and a cover sweeper. So you'd be thinking he's looking to give away 4 or 5 runs almost without too much effort and over, isn't he, through that area. Bowls again, and that's a shorter delivery, and that looks a bit painful as Revis has tried to pull that one to the to the other side of the ground, to the eastern side of the ground, and has been struck. Well, I don't know whether he's been struck amidships or whether he's just the top of the thigh.
Top of the fleshy bit, I think. It's top of the thigh. And as Wayne Parnell walked past Matt Revis, he offered him, I'm sure, words of deep sympathy. Probably not actually, but he did have a little word with him. Yeah, Freddie Heldrick's on 12th man duties for Northamptonshire today. The familiar flowing locks, not playing in this game, so he's on and off with the cap, sweaters, drinks, sanitizer, and anything else you can think of. It's going to be Tom Taylor who's going to bowl his second over from this Peace-Home Park end, running it away from us, and bowls and edged and caught behind, and Taylor strikes, and Johnny Tattersall just pushing at a ball outside the off stump, and again he's looking absolutely mortified, prodding the pitch suspiciously. It did seem a little bit away from him, but not extravagantly, but it just took the outside edge. Goes through to Ricardo Vasconcelos, who takes a routine catch, and Tattersall goes for 14, and Yorkshire are 60 for 5.
Very similar story to last week. Very similar story. That one, how do we ascribe that wicket, Radders?
I think it was well bowled. It was in the right place. It pitched. It was around about the line of off stump, and it just did enough. It didn't, as I say, it didn't seem away extravagantly. He just pushed at it, took an outside edge, regulation catch to Vasconcelos. So I have to say, Tattersall looked very suspiciously at the pitch, but then again, as they say, he would do that, wouldn't he? I suppose. But it now brings Will Luxton out to the crease, who's a new one to me, and I suspect to quite a number of people on the ground today. It's his debut for Yorkshire. 18-year-old lad from Keighley. Young debutant. He'll have a few nerves when he want to get the feet moving, want to get that first run. You get plenty of advice from Matt Revis before he takes guard. We were trying to find out what number he was earlier, Radders, and the reason we couldn't find out what number is he hasn't got one.
He hasn't got one.
No, Northamptonshire do this. They don't give numbers to anyone who's not actually on a professional contract. So the likes of Freddie Heldrick, who's on the academy, even though he's played quite a bit this year in white ball cricket for Northamptonshire, he doesn't have a number, and one or two of the others academy players who are in the squad, the likes of Harry Gouldston and James Sales, son of David, they don't have numbers either. Well, here he is, Will Luxton to face his first ball, first team cricket for Yorkshire, short, and well, no lack of confidence there. Pulls it away nicely down to long leg, fielded by Sanderson, and Luxton away. First ball with a confident stroke and a single, one to him, and Yorkshire to 61 for 5. I have to say, it probably says a lot about me watching too much television in the 1970s, but as soon as Doidgy and I were discussing the selection of Will Luxton, I was thinking, Luxton, wasn't that the name of the bus company and on the buses? And I haven't got to the stage of looking it up, and it was.
70s,
which is
probably 60s, wasn't it, on the buses?
Be. Here's Taylor in again, bowls outside the off stump. Yeah, good carry, and that's one thing that we have seen this morning, Dave, from I think all the Northamptonshire seamers. There's been good carry from this pitch.
Always good carry here. Always a good cricketing pitch here at Scarborough.
Just what you want. But that ball to Revis, yeah, just slapping into the gloves of Vasconcelos. Just the one slip in, but the fact that we're in the 18th over and there's still a slip in tells you, I think, what you need to know. There is a little bit in it for the seamers. That's outside the off stump again, and Revis, I think we give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he played inside the line, but it flew past the outside edge. And again, he, like Tattersall did a few moments earlier, goes down and pokes the pitch rather suspiciously. Sitting out there, DT, just for while you and Jonathan were on, I was waiting to go and update BBC Radio Northampton. You're sort of sitting out in the crowd and you hear the wonderful sort of natural sounds of the crowd, and just a line of John Arlott came to mind while I was sitting down there as Taylor comes in again, bowls to Revis, who's squared up by that one, gets a thick outside edge, beats the diving Emilio Gay at backward point, runs down to third man, wide third man, chase round for safe save, but he's quick across the ground and keeps it down to a single. One more to Revis, 6 to him, 62 for 5. That wonderful line in his poem Cricket at Worcester where he said about, like rattle of dry seeds in pods, the warm crowd faintly clapped. And it's just that wonderful sound that you get at a county cricket match of of the crowd applauding with no other extraneous noise. It's wonderful. There's so much to love about this ground. Here's Taylor. Again, running away from us. Bowls to Will Luxton. In behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Taylor fields in follow through. Successful over for Tom Taylor. At the end of it, 18 gone. Yorkshire are 62 for 5. That Revis has made 6. And Will Luxton on debut has made a single.
We lose a lot of that, don't we? With this sort of move towards instant cheers and excitement and all the rest of it. Just the
well,
does that make us sound like a couple of old fogies?
Well, probably, but guilty as charged in my case. But no, it's one of those wonderful sounds of summer, really, and it's like the hum at Lord's, and there's no other ground I don't think that has it. When you go to a big match at Lord's, a test match, or maybe in the old days a one-day final, the first thing in the morning you've got that hum around the ground and just people talking. It's just great. Sanderson back in the attack.
Sanderson in bowling and short outside the off stump. Revis cracks that one away too. You know who? Charlie Thurston down there tidies up one more run. So Sanderson, who bowled tidily earlier, got that very important wicket of Gary Balance. Although again it was maybe just a little bit careless, a little bit casual from the Yorkshire skipper. Didn't get his bat out of the way in time, trying to leave the ball, just glanced it through to the keeper. Sanderson bowls again, and that's left alone by Will Luxton, who I've got to say, not showing any nerves at all.
Not at all. Well, the first ball he faced, it was a decent bouncer. I mean, Tom Taylor's not the quickest, but it was a decent bouncer, and you'd have thought, well, you know, first thing you do is get out of the way, and nah, not a bit of it. And he was nicely into position, and it was a very confident stroke.
Well, he may be looking to grab his chance. He's got a long time to bat as Sanderson bowls to him, and again looks as though he's got time to play, doesn't he? Onto the back foot there, good foot movement, plays it into the offside. 63 for 5 Yorkshire, just 1 to Will Luxton, 18-year-old making his debut here. It's funny how you see young players. I mean, a lad who was on loan to you a few years ago, but very good young cricketer, Max Holden.
Yes.
Remember watching him. His next delivery all played down into his pads by Luxton, looking to play that outside the off stump. I think he'd scored naught in the first innings. His first game for Northants. Someone will correct me if I was wrong, but I know he hadn't scored. He hadn't got a run. And the second innings, it took him about 20 deliveries or something to get off the mark, and you could just feel the nervous energy that was coming. Well, where's his run coming? Where's his run coming? He finally gets a run, and then away he goes after that. 20 minutes later, everything's loose, everything's moving. He's looking like a really good batsman. This lad's come out and done it straight from the off. And just pulls the bat down out of the line of that next one from Sanderson and through to the keeper.
It's interesting, Max Holden, wasn't it? Because he became, I think, the first, and I suspect maybe the only player to be named Northamptonshire's Young Player of the Year without actually being on the staff, because he was on loan, but he had such a he was pretty much most of the season loan, wasn't it? And he got a couple of hundreds and played very well, but then signed a long-term contract, 3-year, I think, with back at Middlesex.
Sanderson bowls, and there's again Luxton across his stumps, covering up, looking completely at home out there. Yes, he hasn't quite kicked on at Middlesex. Max Holden, quite former England under-19 captain as well. So he was over Middlesex had only, I think, sent him up the road to get some practice. I don't think there was any ever, to get that experience.
No,
I don't think there was ever any intention of letting him go, because he is a very quality young player. Hasn't actually kicked on, but cricket, especially first-class cricket, and to an extent, the longer game, the longer one-day game, at times you can almost feel the emotions and what's going through the batsman's mind at different stages out there, and you just interpret Just leaning on his back. Look at him, Luxton. He's got a care in the world out there.
To the manner born. Here's Taylor starting afresh over to Matt Revis, who's again solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch for Taylor to field, and there's no run. And I think one of the great things, Dave, about a ground like this is that you are so close to the players. Some of the the out grounds, I remember when Northamptonshire used to play at places like Wellingborough School and Luton. But in particular,
Luton.
Wardown Park.
Wardown
Park.
Wardown
Park and Wellingborough School in particular. So close to the players. Here's Taylor in again and again. Carbon copy of the previous delivery. Revis in behind it. Plays it up this time to mid-off where Wayne Parnell fields. And there's no run. Just gives the ball a shine on his smart new Northamptonshire Royal London Cup jumper. Sort of sky blue, I think it is, rather than the much darker blue that Yorkshire take the field in with the yellow piping. Here's Taylor in again, sun coming out, and that's a false shot from Revis, looking to just run it down, I think off the back foot down to third man, slides past the outside edge. Vasconcelos takes it and there's no run. Was at Wellingborough School a couple of weeks ago, having a look. The archivist very kindly showing me some of the work that they've done in the old thatched pavilion there. They've done some beautiful renovation work, and they had a fire there sadly a few years ago. It was rebuilt, but they've even since then put in some new features, and it really does look absolutely beautiful. It'd be lovely to think that Northamptonshire might go back there one day. Here's Taylor in again. Ball short, and that's very short. It's called a no ball, and it's flown over Ricardo Vasconcelos' head, and it runs down for 4. And that was almost like a sort of trampoline bounce.
Yeah, because
it gave Vasconcelos absolutely no chance at all, especially being 5'3" as he is.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't. To be fair, it wasn't that short. It just took off.
It just took off. It was like it was trampoline bounce,
and
it really did fly over Vasconcelos' head, and he's giving Tom Taylor a glance, I think. 69 for 5 Yorkshire. Here's Taylor in again. Bowls to Revis, who's edged and caught. Beautiful catch, diving away to his right by Vasconcelos. Well, if they weren't friends the ball before, they are friends again now. It was a little firm-footed push, sort of back, looking for a back foot punch, I think, by Revis. Took the outside edge, quite a thick edge, flew away to Vasconcelos' right. He held the catch. It's a second victim for Tom Taylor, and Revis goes for 8, and Yorkshire now in a spot of bother at 69 for 6.
It was spot of bother before that wicket fell, and again decent crowd here. They deserve better than this. This has been poor batting this morning, and again a shot that really shouldn't. Should he be playing at that? He knows the ball's leaving him. We've had 2 or 3 overs of Tom Taylor. He's moving the ball away. Revis particularly has seen it more than anyone else because he's been turned round a couple of times, and yet he's pushing hard at that one. And it's the 6th wicket down for 69. Last week, Yorkshire were bowled out for 165 here by Surrey. Have they learnt anything from that? You would think at the moment, batting first, they haven't. Here we are in the 21st over. Last week they batted 34 overs. Will they bat more overs than that today? You have to wonder.
Well, it was a nice catch by Ricardo Vasconcelos.
Yes, it was a couple of nice catches. I mean, the caught and bowled earlier by Jack White was an excellent take, but.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. We welcome listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra to North Marine Road here at Scarborough, where Yorkshire are in a spot of bother now at 69 for 6 after being put into bat by Northamptonshire. 3 wickets for Jack White, 2 for Tom Taylor, 1 for Ben Sanderson. The new batsman is Matthew Waite, who's out there in the middle, and he's going to be facing his first ball from Tom Taylor with a slip in place. And it's outside the off stump, very close to the off stump. They say there's 2 types of leave, a good one and a bad one. Well, that was a good one. Went through outside the off stump and taken by Vasconcelos. Again, good carry, as we've seen all morning here at Scarborough.
Yeah, so Just a bit of a shuffle in the commentary positions here. Jonathan Doidge moving back in. Raddles will move into my seat. I'll make way and try and bring Yorkshire a bit of good luck from outside, because 69 for 6 is not a good score.
Here comes Tom Taylor again then from this Peasham Park end. Worked square on the leg side by Matthew Waite. And he gets through for a single, as we do what Matt Coles, BBC Kent, always calls the gentleman's excuse me. DT leaves us behind, and that is the end of over number 21. And Yorkshire are in all sorts of trouble, I think it's fair to say, at 70 for the loss of 6 wickets. That latest one, as we just saw, Matthew Revis, who couldn't really time much of anything out there, gone for 8. Looked to be having a frustrating time, and maybe that just got the better of him.
I think so. That just seems as if I think really reaped the reward for good discipline this morning. They've bowled it pretty much in the right place throughout. And again, it goes back to what John Sadler was saying after the game against Glamorgan, that they bowled well for 46 overs and then just lost it a bit towards the end. They've done well here. Sanderson starts a fresh over from the far end, the Trafalgar Square end, bowls to Matthew Waite, who plays that away down through backward point. Eludes the diving Emilio Gay, but they only pick up a single. Charlie Thurston is back there sweeping. Just one more on to the total, 71 for 6 Yorkshire, and Waite up to 2. Will Luxton, who got off the mark with that very confident looking pull stroke off the first ball he faced in Yorkshire first 11 cricket from Tom Taylor. Short ball, pulled it away down to long leg for a single. Now he's facing Sanderson with a slip in place. Just goes onto the back foot, plays it down to backward point where Emilio Gay fields, and there's no run. Bright sunshine now. Beautiful early afternoon here in Scarborough. Forecast for later, there's a possibility of a shower maybe coming through, but the cloud looks pretty high at the moment. We have a little bit of rain in Scarborough this morning first thing, but it's fine now. Good crowd in, and Northamptonshire on top at the moment. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Luxton. Again drops it down on the offside for Emilio Gay to field at backward point, and there's no run. Just the same as seen so far. Northamptonshire basically selecting a seamer in place of a spinner for this match, compared to the defeat against Glamorgan at Wantage Road on Sunday, bringing in Jack White for Freddie Heldrick, and so far that's had the desired effect, with White picking up 3 of the 6 wickets to fall. In fact, 3 of the first 4 to fall. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Luxton, playing that out into the covers once again. Emilio Gay just making ground round from backward point to field, and there's no run. Seagull, or a gull, sorry, down in front of us, who was eyeing somebody's crepe, I think. There's a crepe stall around the corner. It's the gentrification of Yorkshire cricket we're seeing now. With don't have pancakes, they have crepes here now on the North Sea coast.
Yes, 1 or 2 supporters on my little break there were suggesting that Yorkshire play 1 or 2 shots here as well.
I feed you the lines. Driven out to extra cover by Luxton this time. Again, confident looking stroke. Fielded by Rob Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. Whatever it is, whether they're pancakes, crepes or whatever they are, the gulls are eyeing them greedily as people leave the little wagon down to our left. As I say, we haven't got the invasion of gulls that we had down at Cardiff. Northamptonshire played Glamorgan down there a couple of weeks ago, but enough. Here's Sanderson again running in towards us, bowls to Luxton, confidently in behind that, plays it up on the offside. Sanderson fields in his follow through, another tight over from him, at the end of which Yorkshire are 71 for 6. 22 overs gone, with Will Luxton on 1 and Matthew Waite on 2.
And answers on a postcard, a tweet or an email. What number is Will Luxton for Yorkshire? Because he's been playing in the I think he played in the pre-season warm-up game against Durham, and I we've certainly seen him on the field fielding before. Played in the warm-up game, of course, here as well. Didn't get into bat. So he's out there and numberless of back. Still, he was in those other matches, but I sort of assumed that he was getting a first-team debut. He would have had some numbers ironed on there.
Yeah, Northamptonshire, as I say, that their policies, they don't give numbers to somebody who's not actually on the professional staff. So, for example, Freddie Heldrick, although he's played quite a few games this year, doesn't have a number.
So here's Taylor bowling to Waite, who opens the face and runs it out to point. There's no run. Matthew Waite can bat. Got no doubts about that, and he certainly needs to here. He can run the ball around. He can certainly find the boundary as well. I think in one of the T20 matches at Headingley earlier in the season, came in and whacked a 6 down to the Emerald stand first ball. So it can be an aggressive player, but it's not aggression that's needed here at the moment, is it? It's time in the middle that's needed, and Yorkshire haven't managed to find a player who's done that. And there's a beautiful example of Matthew Waite's ability to attack, over pitching Tom Taylor, giving a little bit of room outside off stump, and he has hammered that one away along the ground all the way to the North Marine Road terrace side of the ground for 4.
Could be shot of the morning, I think. That was a
shot,
handsome stroke away through extra cover. And this is another one of those sign of the times, because obviously somebody flicked the ball back, and so Emilio Gay, not wanting to have to sanitise his hands, kicks it onto Rob Keogh, who in turn kicks it onto the umpire, and who then sanitises the ball.
Taylor, number 12, he has got that on his back. He's in, and Waite this time pushing sensibly forward into the offside, where Keogh does the fielding. Sun out again at the moment. Beautiful scene here at North Marine Road. Got the terraces at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. The back of those that we can see here. 1, 2, 3, at least 4 stories. I'm not sure if they've got cellars as well to make it 5. Here is Taylor again. Another beautiful shot from Matthew Waite, who's absolutely pinged that one through mid-wicket. Just touched it, and it's gone racing away down towards, over the west stand boundary rope for 4 more. So a man for a change here for Yorkshire, who is looking in good touch.
And again, the ball, it's indicative of the fact there is a little bit of pace in this pitch, and the carry's been really good all morning, and there's just enough pace there that when the ball comes onto the bat, it encourages stroke play, and we've seen a couple of beautiful strokes in this over already from Matthew Waite.
Who's facing again, and Taylor bowls him a short one this time, round about leg stump, which is dropped square on the leg side. Vasconcelos runs fully 25 yards to go and do the fielding, and then a bit of an aimless throw back around the ring. Yorkshire decide to stay put, as Jack White it was who couldn't reel in Vasconcelos' throw. So 80 for 6, Waite quickly on to 11, and debutant Will Luxton. Keithley born from Bradford Grammar School is in. And pulling a beautiful shot there. First boundary in senior cricket for him. That's a lovely way to go about it as well. Backward of square leg. Short delivery from Tom Taylor. And he's gone for a few in this over. Yorkshire, very much their most productive over of the innings so far then. 13 have come from it so far. 3 fours and a single. And in fact, that was the last ball of the over. So 23 completed. And 84 for the loss of 6 wickets, but much work to do for the Vikings.
That brought you into mind of Cardus on McLaren, wasn't it? Dismissing the ball from his presence. What a beautiful shot that was. And he was saying when Dave Townsend and I were on commentary when he came into bat, the first ball he faced, Taylor decided to test him out with a short one, and you thought, well, imagine him just sway inside the line maybe and just get an idea and what was to come, and not a bit of it. Got into position, pulled it away nicely in control of the stroke, down to long leg for a single, and so far at least he certainly looked the part. I'm just slightly embarrassed that, as I say, when we were discussing earlier his name, it The first thing that came to mind was on the buses, Luxton Bus Company, which obviously proves that I watched too many sitcoms in the 1970s. First spin of the day, Graham White coming into the attack, bowling his left arm 12 from the Trafalgar Square end. First ball is played off the back foot by Matthew Waite up to Rob Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. Slip in place, Tom Taylor, the backward point man sweeping on the extra cover boundary, long off on the boundary, extra cover in the ring. That's the offside field as White just drops that one a little bit short, and Matthew Waite thought about heaving it away over the mid-wicket boundary. In the end, just plays it up to mid-on. It's fielded by Ben Curran, and there's no run. Curran just on the edge of the circle at mid-on. It's also mid-wicket and a backward square, and a man sweeping at deep mid-wicket. Driven out to extra cover. This ball from White to Waite, and once again it's Rob Keogh in business at extra cover, and there's no run. Breezy early afternoon Scarborough, but the sun out. White in again, bowls to Waite, who's on the back foot, plays it back down the pitch for Wayne Parnell to come in from mid-wicket to field. Tosses the ball back to Graham White. White, who became this season Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in T20 cricket. As White round the wicket again, bowls to Waite, drives nicely up to long off, has to come in off the boundary to field. Ben Sanderson out there, and they're able to come through for a comfortable single. Matthew Waite goes up to 12 and Yorkshire to 85 for 6 in the 24th over. White now just purely playing white ball cricket, but involved with coaching side for Northamptonshire's young players, also captaining the second 11. Awarded his county cap earlier this year. Is White in again, bowls to Luxton, who's big over a caught behind and not out, says the umpire. That bounced and turned, and well, the Yorkshire Scarborough crowd not happy with Ricardo Vasconcelos and Graham White for appealing, but they asked the question and the umpire says not out. Luxton survives, end of the over, 85 for 6, 23 gone.
Butler,
I'll get you Butler, I hate you.
Lily says, I hope this isn't Surrey batting collapse part 2 from last week. She's going to come and say hello at the interval. And James says it's good to see we're giving development opportunities to Patterson. I think the opposition have found out a way from Headingley. We're not good at setting a score. Those players like Thompson and Fisher who are not playing in the 100, can we use them in the 50 over comp? No. Bubbles and all of that. Don't forget we have an ongoing COVID situation, James. Mighty Mariner says this rate will be over by mid-afternoon. At Jonathan Doidge, at Old Man Rad, or at DO_cricket for your tweets, as the first ball of Tom Taylor's latest over is pushed wide of mid-off and Matthew Waite gets through for a single. Or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you want to get in touch that way. A little bit slow. I've got the whirly wheel going on Wi-Fi on a lot of stuff, so if you have emailed and I've not mentioned any of those yet because they're not yet updated on my phone, I shall endeavour to get those out on air. Taylor into Luxton, who opens the face and pushes it squarish on the offside, and there's no run. Will Luxton, as these things go, just checking through his playing record this season, been playing in the 2s and the academy. Started off at Bradford and Bingley in the Bradford League, and I look down the list and there's a certain L. Doidge playing there. Shout out to my nephew Lachlan, who plays in the Bradford and Bingley first team. So strange how these connections come about, isn't it? And this man was in the team with him at Morley, I think it was, the match they played at the start of the season. Luxton pushing it up to mid-on. Jack White doing the fielding. Dot ball. Sun shining at the moment. Beautiful conditions at this stage, and probably less cloud cover than we've had at any point in the match so far. There is, though, a threat of rain again later on today. It's been a good toss to win. I think we all thought before the match started that that would be the case. But you've still got to be good enough to make the most of it. Northamptonshire have bowled well as Luxton pushes to Rob Keogh in the covers, and there's no run. 86 for 6, 13 of those runs are to Matthew Waite, and 5 of them to William Luxton, top scorer for Yorkshire so far. Opening batsman Will Frayne made 28 from 38. He was fourth man out. Following Duke for 2, Balance for 2, Hill for 3, and followed by Tattersall for 14 and Revis for 8. Not the most healthy of scorecards, I think you'll agree, from Yorkshire's point of view, as this is dropped out into the offside by Luxton, and again there's no run.
I mean, Northamptonshire need. This is a very important game, I think, in the context of Northamptonshire season, because they certainly targeted the 50-over competition. I think there was a feeling in the club that obviously, having not lost that many players to the 100, it's a pretty strong squad, and I think we've got a chance to really make something out of this competition. Maybe get to the semi-finals, or who knows, even the final.
Here's Taylor again. Oh, nicely played through the leg side this time by Luxton. Charlie Thurston will pull it in a couple of metres short of the west stand boundary, and they get a single through mid-wicket. End of the 25th over then, halfway stage. 87 for 6 is not what the Vikings would have wanted on the board at this stage when they walked out there just before 11 o'clock this morning.
But then, of course, having lost the first game and lost it pretty comfortably to a young Glamorgan side at Wantage Road on Sunday, lost by 59 runs, and really just John Sadler was saying, the acting head coach, did well for 46 overs, and then Glamorgan scoring 66 off the last 5, got up to 290, and Northamptonshire just not building partnerships, so they need a win here. Here's Graham White starting a fresh over, round the wicket, bowling to Will Luxton, slip in place, and he's across his stumps, plays it up to Parnell at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Gulls conspicuous by their absence at the moment. We can hear them, but we can't see them. Here's White in again, bowls to Luxton, who's playing that away on the onside. There's an appeal for LBW, did come a long way across, but presumably, judging by the stroke he was playing, it must have been inclining down the leg side, and that's certainly what the umpire felt. He felt it wasn't a feeling from up here, it wasn't a particularly confident appeal. But immediately then Graham White just changing his field, and he's moving Jack White squarer at backward square leg. He's on the 45, saving 1. Just pushed him round a yard or 2. Luxton on the back foot, ball just short of a length, punches it back down the pitch, fielded by Graham White on the bounce. And there's no run. The 26th over, 87 for 6. Sunshine Scarborough, driven nicely by Will Luxton up towards long off, and it's Sanderson coming in off the boundary, who fields, sends in his return, long single there to Luxton, who goes up to 7, and Yorkshire up to 88 for 6 after being put into bat. White from the Trafalgar Square end flights that ball up, and driven again out through extra cover, and they think about a second as it goes out there to Ben Sanderson, who did have to make some ground round to his left, but did so quickly, and they thought about a second, but it wasn't really on. They settled for 1. 14 now to wait, and Yorkshire at 89 for 6. Just moving Sanderson again a little bit wider for this next ball, which White bowls just short of a length, worked off his hip by Luxton down to backward square, where it's fielded by Jack White. End of the over, 14 to wait, 7 to Luxton, 26 overs gone, Yorkshire 89 for 6.
And Sally M says, are the babes allergic to North Marine Road? It's deja vu all over again. Doesn't bode well for future matches at the ground. Yeah, Bess's babes. Well, of course, we can't really call them that now, can we, with Dom not around? I thought maybe Pyra's Prodigies might be...
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
Might be the tag with which we hang around their necks.
It's very, very creative, Doige. Very good. Very good.
So Tom Taylor from the Peashome Park end to continue. And Matthew Waite is on strike. No slips in place at the moment, and so he's a bit more confident about playing a little dab down to third man. I say a little dab, dear me, again that went like a tracer down to third. They got a single for it, so the outfield certainly drying up, and the ball is kicking on. Afternoon chaps, says Liz Mitchell. Yes, the scorecard is a bit scary for YCCC, but with half our squad away at England or Crisps cricket, I guess for now we'll just have to make do. We're learning about new players and they're getting good experience, so that's a plus. Taylor to Luxton, who's on the back foot, and square drive. Emilio Gay at point?
Yes, that's right.
Doing the fielding.
How about Tykes Tyros? No, you're not impressed, are you? No, I'll keep quiet, sorry.
Maybe. Anyway, if you want to get in touch, it's at DO Cricket for DT, at Jonathan Doidge for Moi, and at Old Man Rad for the chap in another one of his range of check shirts to my right. Taylor is in, and that's pushed up to Parnell at mid-off by Will Luxton. And there is no run. Hugh Oxborough, perhaps. Spelled Oxburgh.
Oxborough.
We say Edinburgh, we say Oxborough,
right,
yes.
Yeah.
I think from memory the name of the bus company on the buses was the Luxton and District Traction Company.
It was.
Furthermore, the late Michael Sheard appeared as the general manager in 1 or 2 episodes. Thanks, Hugh. Taylor turns again. In past umpire Neil Pratt and bowls to Luxton, that's a beautiful shot from Will Luxton, who went sort of slightly back to play it and then has driven that straight out of the meat, wide of mid-on. Now, I always say this, I don't know about you, but if you can play that ball through mid-on on the deck, that is a sign of a quality player. In control from the moment he stepped back and across to play it. Super stuff. He's shaping as if he's played it off the front foot, but it felt more like he waited for it, didn't it? Maybe just didn't get either forward or back particularly, but slightly across and turned it that way.
Very high quality stroke, wasn't it? I remember the late Brian Reynolds always said that's the hallmark, the on drive is the hallmark of the really good player, and Peter May was the one he always held up as being the best on driver he ever saw. That was a quality stroke.
Taylor again, and it's a similar sort of shot this time. He is making a definite move forward, but can't get it past Jack White at mid-on.
And isn't it terrific that so many of the counties are taking the opportunity to give these young players a go in this competition, and there's a lot of people around this ground. If Will Luxton goes on to make a long and successful career, as we hope he does, then they'll be able to say, yeah, I was there when it all started.
Here he is then, on 11 at the moment, 94 for 6. Taylor to Luxton, who's shaping to drive through the offside and gets it towards the inside of the bat, back to the bowler. And there is no run to complete over number 27 then, with Yorkshire on 94 for 6. It's a little bit of something. I know it's not anything special at the moment, but 25 runs added for this partnership is significantly more than for any other wicket so far.
It is now. These two have done a good job, and they've played very sensibly. And I think the only really alarm for Will Luxton was that confident appeal for a caught behind by Graham White, which Northampton just seemed fairly convinced about, but the umpire didn't, and he's the only one whose opinion matters in these circumstances. I have to say, we're talking about some of the how great it is to see young players getting a go. I think Northamptonshire have got a young lad doing 12th man called Simon Kerrigan, who's finds himself in the slightly unaccustomed position of donning the green tabard as 12th man. I think his mission is an interesting one, perhaps one we can discuss later on. Is White starting a fresh over, bowling to Matthew Waite, who drives up to long off. Ben Sanderson coming in off the boundary fields, and they come through for an easy single. 96 for 6 Yorkshire, Waite up to 16. Obviously Graham White is going to play as your front line white ball spinner for Northamptonshire, but White comes in and bowls to Luxton, who drives up to mid-on, come through for a quick single, and they get through there comfortably enough. The throw had hit the stumps. I think he'd still have been home okay, very quick between the stumps, as you would hope at 18 and 80 days or whatever it is, and the throw didn't hit the stumps anyway. So one more to Luxton. 83 days. I can't remember when I was 18 years and 83 days. 96 for 6. White in bowls to Waite, who gets the third single of the over. driven up this time to Sanderson at long off. One more onto the total, 97 for 6, Waite to 17. But I think there's a feeling that Simon Kerrigan obviously gives you control. He's played in the warm-up game against Bedfordshire and bowled beautifully. But not looked at it so far, at least, by Northamptonshire in this competition. Here's Waite in again, flights that one up, driven nicely away past extra cover by Luxton, and they're able to come through for another single. Ben Sanderson's having a busy little session out there in front of one of the stands out to at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. 98 for 6, Luxton up to 13. And that's interesting because, again, it's indicative of the way these two have played, that now the slip has come out. Northamptonshire putting a man on the drive. Tom Taylor going out at extra cover, fairly tight in, driven by Waite. They're going to go through for a very quick single, and Luxton could be struggling. I think he did well to get there, and again it was his pace that got him there, because they went through for a single from the misfield to the bowler. The ball ricocheted out on the offside. Parnell sending in the return to Vasconcelos at the striker's end, and it looked very tight, and I must admit, halfway down he thought, well, Luxton could be struggling here, but put the foot on the gas and managed to get through, just demonstrating his pace. 99 for 6. Here's Waite in again, bowls to Luxton, who again drives. So 6 balls, 6 overs, 6 balls, 6 singles there as Luxton drives that one up to long on. You can hear the applause from the crowd. That's for the 100 up for Yorkshire at the end of the 27th over. 100 for 6. Matthew Waite has made 18 of those, and Will Luxton on 14. And I'm going to go and update BBC Radio Northampton.
Have a super time. Got a couple of those to do shortly as well. Humberside are interested in some updates today, so we'll indulge them. Hugh also says, I wonder who'll bail Yorkshire out this time. Well, I suppose not necessarily anybody, Hugh. Might bail them out. A narrow defeat at Headingley, it was David Willey, and in the second one it was Harry Duke, who's already been and gone, of course. Yeah, well, we'll see. We shall see. Change of bowling, and back into the attack at this Peasholm Park end will be Jack White. 106, 18 for Matthew Waite, 14 for William Luxton. Mighty Mariner says, why couldn't Yorkshire play Sussex at Scarborough with the 2 o'clock start? The Found would be full, or is it all to do with Sky Sports? I think that might be the ground would be full, perhaps, as we see a dot first ball. Yeah, I would imagine it's to do with Sky Sports. I don't know the definitive response on that front, but they are, of course, paymasters, and they have television schedules, and certainly for quarter-finals they do. So they'll have been inked in months ago. Evening starts means that they need floodlights in, etc. Here is White once again, and that is worked down to mid-on by Luxton, and there's no run. Just checking back in again for these emails. Maybe you're not emailing today. Maybe you've fallen out on email. BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com if you've got anything to say on that front. As in comes the Hendo bowler-like, and that is Jack White, who's down to follow that in his, to pick that up in his follow-through, I should say, dot ball.
The other thing to say about that ground change is that TV does like the floodlights, does like the night matches, and looks good on TV. So this lad does look like Michael Hendrick, doesn't he, when he runs in? Even the floppy hair.
And that is pushed back this time by Luxton to the bowler in his follow-through. Once again, no run. Why do you call him Michael Hendrick then? And everybody else calls him Mike?
He preferred to be called Michael.
Right.
And now, I always called him Mike before, but I feel that now he's gone for first week or so, I should just
refer to him as Michael.
That's what he preferred to be known as, certainly in his later years.
That's fine. Here is Jack White, top of the bounce. Luxton gets that away square on the offside, where The sweeper is in to do the fielding.
The least you can do for an old friend, Doige. Least you can do.
So a run there makes it 101 for 6. Luxton on to 15.
It's like when people call me Dave. I'm not a big fan of Dave. David DT. Something like that.
Okay,
You start
David.
doing it now, won't you?
Here we go with a short ball by Waite. That's dropped down to third man by Matthew Waite, and they get a single. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just asking, that was all. I prefer Jonathan.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh, Doige's all right, but yeah, no problem with
JD?
that. JD, yeah.
Okay. Okay, Jonathan.
I prefer Jonathan to John, for example.
Do you ever get called John?
Yeah, some people do. A lot of people call me Johnny from when I was younger,
Right.
who know me
I
from
see that.
my childhood. But Jonathan is the name. But like David is.
Well, that's what I was.
I wonder if Bradders prefers Andrew.
No, you never call him Andy, would you?
Anyway, I better stop on for this over, DT, because I've got an update to do for BBC Humberside when they phone inevitably halfway through it, and you won't realise that because I've got the earpiece on. As we see Graham White continuing from the Trafalgar Square end, and that is a dot.
You just have to produce the Cali hand.
by Matthew Waite. But you would have been going, what are you doing that for? Because I've not actually seen you pick a phone up here, JD. I've got an earpiece, which I just surreptitiously, sneakily shoved in the left ear out of your view. Another dot ball. 102 for 6. 19 for the man on strike, Matthew Waite. 15 for William Luxton. The pair came together when the score was on 69. And in comes White again. Gets in a bit of a tangle, fielding off his own bowling with the non-striking batsman Luxton, as Matthew Waite pushed the ball back up the pitch.
Is it William Luxton or is it actually Will Luxton? Do we know?
He's given on the records as William.
Okay.
Oh, and here we go with the incoming call. And he's in again. Here's White. And that is pushed backward of square on the offside by Matthew Waite for a single. 103 for 6. They phoned and then disappeared. I'm sure they'll be trying again in a sec. Here's White. It's a lengthy delivery, almost a full toss. In the end, it just died at the feet of Luxton, who played it up to long on and picked up one. And here's once again White coming in. White opens the face, runs it out to point where it's fielded, and that was a dot to complete over number 29. 104 for the loss of 6, 4 runs from it, and they haven't called back. Wonder what's going on there then.
Have you got? Is your earpiece come out, or have you?
Earpiece is definitely in. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's try that again. See, the thing is with an earpiece, I have to flick it onto the earpiece from the phone, so it takes a few seconds longer.
Technology.
So while waiting for the BBC Humberside update, just doing a bit of Hull City football at the moment, we'll take you through this over with Jack White coming into Luxton, who pings this one backward of square. His first boundary in senior cricket was much the same way, but that was an even better shot. Timed it superbly, and 4 runs down towards the suits in the marquee. 20 now to Luxton, 108 for 6. Just waiting for some cue here. Ball returned to White after it found its way into the crowd. Bit of sanitising going on. And White into Luxton, who lofted this one away down towards the western stand boundary. One bounce just misses the ice cream tent. That would have been a bit of a bonus. So Somebody might bring him a flake out. Lovely 4 runs. 24 becomes Yorkshire's second highest scorer in the match, and DT just suggesting he should calm it down now. He's got 2 boundaries in the over, wouldn't want to give it away by getting too carried away with that. And here we go with our Humberside update. Yeah, Yorkshire doing it tough in this innings at Scarborough, as you say. 112 for 6 they are, having been put into bat by Northamptonshire, with Will Frayne at the moment the leading scorer in the competition, in the match for Yorkshire, 28 off 38 balls, but a stuttering start. Harry Duke, who made 100 just the other day, out for 2. Gary Balance went the same way for the same score, and George Hill just 3 runs. Johnny Tattersall and Matty Revis 14 and 8 respectively. So it's been that sort of a day on a green tinged pitch, but they're battling hard. They're 112 for 6 at the moment. Youngster William Luxton on his debut, currently 24 not out. He's out there with Matthew Waite on 20. First job for Yorkshire is ready to see out the full 50 overs and try and set Northamptonshire a worthwhile target. As we have another dot dropped into the offside by Luxton. 112 for 6 then, with 30 completed.
I do like this young lad already. William, whatever you want to call him, Luxton. Looked the part since he got out there, but he's got plenty of overs to bat yet.
And again, in comes White. That's dropped into the offside by Luxton, and there is no run. Better give that contact out, because I know you want to get your tweets into DT, who's on at DO_cricket, and he should be able to answer all your questions about whether or not they play cricket in the Emerald Isle. At Jonathan Doidge or at Old Man Rad, or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Good delivery this time from Jack White, who, let's not forget, has already got 3 wickets to his name and has the beating of Luxton with that one. 112 for 6 at the end of the 31st.
If I've been counting correctly, I reckon that's him finished, isn't it? Jack White. Curtly Jack White.
It is.
Finished his 10 overs.
10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 38. Well bowled, young man.
Yeah. Those early wickets to fall. Got 3 of the first 4. Harry Duke, George Hill and Will Frayne. Something of recovery going on here at the moment, which is good to see. They've got, what do you do, double the 30 over score? Still only going to take them to 230. I think they'd be delighted with 230 though. Difficult one for Yorkshire, and a few of those young batsmen in the dressing room will be thinking to themselves, well, if I could have got through to this stage, if I'd have got through to the 30 overs, and there's runs to be had out there. Wayne Parnell, the left arm seamer, South African, back into the attack. He'll be bowling to Matthew Waite. It looked an easier game since Waite's come out there, to be fair, batting at number 8. 20 to him, 24 to the very impressive young Master Luxton, Mr. Luxton. Parnell bowls driven firmly up to mid-off, no run there. He's going to be changing his line of attack, Parnell, because he started off with 6 on the offside and seemed quite happy just to concede singles through to the sweeper. He's now got a 5-4 field. Effectively, the slip he had before has come out and gone into mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, mid-on, deep mid-wicket and long leg as he bowls, and that's driven firmly by Waite, and that's a beautifully struck, because the fielder out there on the boundary, Charlie Thurston, he was no distance from that ball when it raced across the boundary. He's now going to have a look for it under the covers. One of the stewards is going there. All stewards picked it up. I think the ball's going to have to be cleaned or whatever. So, and they're now having to kick it to the umpires because the steward's touched it with his hand. 116 for 6, and then the umpire picks it up. So I don't know. Don't understand all these protocols. 24 each for these two batsmen, and they put on decent runs here for Yorkshire. Parnell bowls, and that's driven away, and that's 4 more. This time the other side of Thurston. Not quite such a well-struck shot, but as soon as it was past backward point, racing away down there to the west stand for 4. The Ken Dodd stand, as it's known by only one person in the world, Mr. David Bracegirdle. 28 now to Waite, and these two putting together a very useful and very important partnership, not only in terms of Yorkshire, in terms of the crowd. Parnell outside the off stump, he's round the wicket now to the right-hander, and that one bounced a little bit, and Waite had nothing to do with it through to the keeper. The crowd want to see a game here.
Yeah, I see a gent walk past in jacket and jeans and a pair of shiny shoes. Are you a jacket and jeans man, DT?
No, I think I own one jacket, and that belongs to my one suit. Dodgy, I'm really not a jacket person. Next ball is run away by Waite. He's got that one wide of third man. He fancies a second, but he's not going to get it. Very hard, flat throw.
I like a nice jacket.
From third man. Yeah, you're more jacket man than me. I doubt if I've owned more.
Are you
than
only jacket of the potato variety, perhaps?
I don't mind one of those. But, I doubt if I've owned more than 6 or 7 jackets in my entire life, you know. Maybe something like that. Not a jacket man, not a tie man as well. Definitely not a tie man. Parnell round the wicket and driven by Luxton up to mid-off. You do a lot of these. That's the end of Parnell's comeback over. 121 for 6, 29 to Waite, 24 to Luxton. You do a fair few of these dinners and things like that, don't they? So I imagine you've got a few different jackets and a few ties and
yeah. And also working on the race courses, as I haven't done during, well, since the start of COVID, but used to do a lot. Yeah, you sort of, you look presentable when you're on the race course.
The old tweed jacket, have you got any of those?
No, I don't think I've.
Flat cap, tweed jacket.
No. Oh, you mean the racing sort of? No, I don't have any racing wear, as it were. Yeah, I know what you're saying. No, I just wear regulation. Suits. Or jacket and trousers.
How many suits have you got at the moment that you were presentable?
Goodness me.
More than one's a waste, really, isn't it? I suppose you've got to have a second one if that one's in the cleaners.
I do look after things is way of putting it, so I keep them a long time. So I've probably got about at least half a dozen in the locker, and then a few jackets beyond that as well.
That's at least
maybe
4
7 or 8.
It's half a dozen suits.
Yeah, but they've just accumulated over the years.
Well, they only accumulate if you buy another one.
Yeah, but you just want to change sometimes, don't you? And some of them I've not worn for years, and you don't want to throw them away because you're Yorkshire, aren't you? Paid money for that. Not giving that away.
Go down to the local charity shop.
Who wants to buy a used suit that's been sat in a wardrobe for?
Somebody might have died.
Insult people.
Never do know what you're going to get in a charity shop. 121 for 6.
You might get a copy of Do They Play Cricket in Ireland fairly soon in one of them. Oh, looks like next update time is just about due. We have BBC Radio York on the phone, and it's going to be Graham White bowling from the Peasham Park end.
Now this will be interesting. Mind you, he's got the ball spinning away, hasn't he? But always fancy the spinners from the top end here.
Yeah, here's White then, left arm. Round the wicket, first ball, he's yorked. Matthew Waite played right over the top of that, and a great return to the attack from the Peasham Park, and then immediate damage done by the left arm spinner. And Waite has gone for 29 in Yorkshire, 121 for 7. And I don't know quite why, but BBC Radio York decided to cut the call. Maybe didn't want to speak to me live.
Didn't want me.
Strange industry in which we work. You can have a bit of live coverage of cricket from Scarborough, or maybe not. So Matthew Waite trudges off, disappointed. He's got himself, well, more than a start, hasn't he? 29 runs on the board. He's Yorkshire's highest scorer. 30 deliveries it took him, and he was timing the ball really well as well. Looked like he was set for a good score there, but Graham White has got through his defences with the Yorker. And so Matthew Pillans walks out to the middle.
Yeah, I think he just misread the length of that, didn't he? He saw the ball was pitched up to him. He was looking for the drive, and yorked himself, or the ball yorked him. Didn't get the bat down on it. So a wicket from the Peason Park end, the left arm spinner. For left arm spinners here, he's trying to turn the ball up the slope, as it were, whereas the slope at the other end does help the ball turning away. Didn't matter with the Yorker though, that was through the defences. Georgie, how many overs did Yorkshire bat last week? Was it 36.1?
34.1.
34.1. So they might go past that because we're in the 33rd over now. But
yeah, so here's White then to Pillans, who's pushing solidly forward. 7 Casino Nights says, some wonderful memories of dear Cali broadcasting at Scarborough. Great to have DT on comms from Cali 1. Well, it's actually Cali 2, just to set the record
Cali
straight.
2's the big one. It should really be 1. To be fair.
Not quite sure why they're numbered them this way around. As Pillans shapes to play an extravagant shot and then pulls the bat right out of the way.
Big Cali as opposed to little Cali.
Richard Mallender, as someone who lives in exile in County Durham, I've just booked 8 tickets for the T20 quarter-final at the Riverside. Even managed to persuade a couple of mates that they'll be tykes for the evening. Well done you, as Pillans pushes back to Graham White. And then Bent Nielsen says Yorkshire aren't doing that well in this year's limited balls competitions, sadly. Quite happy with the results so far in the county championship though. They're not doing well in the limit. They're in the quarter-finals of the T20. There's only 8 teams in that. As this next delivery is turned.
Where did they finish? They finished second
into the leg side by Pillans, and there's no run. Yeah,
finished second in the table. They got a home. So you can actually say there were only 4 teams that got home ties, and they're one of those 4 teams. Never mind one of the 8.
Here's White. Pillans pushing forward. No run.
Is there a one-day competition we've missed, or it's the T20s where they finish second out of 9.
Idea.
And this, where obviously lost last week, not going so well this week. They won the game at the weekend. A couple of big scores down there. God, you can't please some people. Can't please some people.
Hayden Tennant, former opponent. How are you doing, Hayden? Hope you're well. Good to see ex-Steeton cricket player Will Luxton making such an assured debut. Keep batting, he says, from all his friends and former teammates at the club.
You've played against this lad, have you?
No, not against William. Played against Hayden Tennant.
He got away
now
with
then,
that.
he did. That was a bit of an airy-fairy, wasn't it, up towards mid-off?
Parnell's first ball, short of a length. He's looked to go on the pull and probably threw him a little bit quickly. That it looked for a minute he was just going to lob a chance up to mid-off, but it's dropped 5 yards at least, 5 or 6 yards short. So heart in the mouth moment there for his fans around the ground here. Parnell bowls to him, and this time he plays a shot he meant to play. Absolutely imperious, short of the length, and he's just smashed that away down to wide long on. I could say cow corner, but that was such a nice shot. You can't really describe it as going to cow corner because it was just beautifully pulled, and he's just so much talent, this lad.
Yeah, played it.
Who did he used to play for?
Consummate. He's played for Steeton, which is in the Edda and Wharfdale League. As I mentioned, Bradford and Bingley as well at the top of the piece. More recently associated with, which is not far from Steeton. Steeton, good practice for playing at Scarborough, actually, learning your cricket at Steeton, because it's always been, there's a bit of a slope there. It's a fast and bouncy track, one of the better tracks in the Airwolf League. I played in a final there, sadly on the losing side, about 15 years ago.
Eases his next ball from Parnell down to wide third man, moves on to 29, and well, if he doesn't add to that score, he will at least be joint top scorer in this Yorkshire innings. So nobody's reached 30 yet, but looking very good indeed. That just one slightly false shot up in the direction of mid-off in that over, but he's played some glorious shots, some really, really top-class cricket shots, and has looked comfortable from the moment he's arrived at the crease. First ball hooked away down to a long leg to get off the mark. Parnell bowling now to Pillans, and he just leaves that one. Goes through to the keeper. No run. So not off the mark yet, Pillans. I'm sure he's been told, get out there and stay out there. You know, especially whilst Luxton's at the other end. Just don't do anything daft. If you get a bad ball, hit it, but otherwise defend, look after your wicket, and push the odd single. Parnell bowls to him, and again he does defend there, and he's going to get runs. That's a run away through soft hands, through so perhaps third slip would have been, and very quickly down the hill to the boundary at the Peason Park end of the ground. So off the mark with the boundary. He could do with a few of those nice soft hand edges. They all count.
He could. He of course got 4 wickets out of the 5 that were taken in the Surrey game last week, and so he was picked for the post-day interview, and he did say before he started in his South African accent, Doiji, I'm a little bit nervous because I've not done one of these for a while. And I said, I am a ferocious interviewer.
Bowls, and that's through outside the off stump from his fellow South African. Just that's the just watches it as it goes through.
I said my reputation precedes me as a fearsome interviewer who will rip you to shreds for not getting a 5 for. You only got the 4 wickets today. I want to know the far end of all of that, and they didn't know whether to take me seriously or not.
No, I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. Callie would have made you look a fearsome interviewer. Callie just used to cuddle his victims. He just put an arm around them. And he often used to answer the question for them as well. I remember inquiring about. I had this. They're changing the ball here, so you're not missing anything, or doing one of those tricks. One of those questions. I've always had this theory that they could play more first-class games. So playing the first couple of championship games of the season overseas somewhere, give the players a bit of experience, etc., etc. And so Callie decided to ask Dizzy about that on air. I went through the whole question and then answered it, and Dizzy said, "Yep, Callie." Start of a new over, and that's eased down to wide. Look, I said, "Oh, DT wants Callie. Dizzy DT's got this idea about playing a couple of championship games overseas, and it's not a bad idea, but there'd be expense involved, wouldn't there? And I'm not sure they'd go for it. What do you think?" "Yes, Callie." Forward comes Pillans defensively.
I think this is my over, isn't it?
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
Go on then.
Shut up, will you?
I was going to let you have the Parnell at the far end. Well, I was just telling the story. Do a bit of commentary in the middle somewhere.
Here's Waite and Pillans pushing forward into extra cover, really. I suppose he is Rob Keogh.
Cuddly Callie, we called him when he was
Cuddly
doing those
Callie.
interviews.
And here we are in Callie 2. The streaming chaps. Liam and Callie 1 next door, and Matthew Pillans has levered that one up in the air. It's a potential catch. No, it's not going to fall right for Ben Curran, who was running around from long on to try and get his hands underneath it. So Matthew Pillans with a 9-iron into no man's land there. Good bit of plug on it as well. Maybe he does play a bit of golf. 2 runs for it.
I'm not sure that's the wisest of shots being played. It's safe enough in the end.
So they have managed to survive for longer than they did against Surrey, well into the 35th over, as Pillans is a little more circumspect with his push back to the bowler. And Waite sets himself again, comes between umpire and stumps around the wicket. Pillans on the back foot this time, with quite a firm push up to long on for one more. 134 for 7 at the end of the 35th over, or it should be when the board clicks over. With 30 runs now to William Luxton, who has therefore become top scorer for Yorkshire on his debut. That's a pretty darned good start to your career, even though
especially
it's not
coming
a great deal to beat today.
No,
but
not a great deal to beat. But
still commendable effort.
Coming at number 7, and he's got, you know, if he gets the support from the other end. Remember, Pato's still to come. You can imagine Pato holding up an end for, I don't want to put the curse on him. You imagine him holding up an end for 10 over. Still got plenty of time to bat. Pillans covering up, pushing that one up towards mid-off as Parnell starts a new over. Need to bat the 50 overs, Yorkshire. Last week they were bowled out, as we said, 165 in fewer than 35 overs. They've got to that mark today. You would like to think they'll get to 40 overs, maybe 45, but they're still in danger of being bowled out well short here. Parnell to Pillans, and Pillans covers up, pushes that back to the bowler, who does some very, very, very impressive keeping up. Oh yes, it's got to get a round of applause, surely. At least half a dozen on his feet, and then a couple on his thigh as well, and then caught the ball. Timothy Murtagh, who does that regularly, or used to, playing for Middlesex, he would have been impressed with that. I don't think I've seen Mertz do that many. Parnell again bowls, and that's crashed away down to third man for a single.
Yeah, Matthew Pillans is not the worst, you know, wielding the willow, I don't think. Stephen Patterson can obviously score his tail end share, and is due in, and then
Jack Shutt up and
I haven't seen much really of Jack Shutt during his time playing with the bat. I'll probably vacate now for the last couple of balls and let Radders get sorted out and ready for his next over. So bye for now.
Thanks, Georgie. There's sun now beating down. Lovely afternoon by the seaside. Bit murky earlier on, but lovely day for batting now. As next delivery is whipped away wide of a long leg. Who's coming back for 2 runs is Will Luxton. Really enjoying himself out there at the moment. The young man making his debut, 18 years old, and I think from memory, I wrote it down here somewhere, Doidgy did tell me, 18 years and 83 days old. So batting very nicely indeed. Parnell bowls to him, and he's driven that one firmly up to a mid-off, but not going to get past the fielder on this occasion. Looks to be very good on the leg side, on the onside. Haven't seen too many of his shots yet through the offside, but very good off his legs. And an impressive effort, top scoring on your debut at 18 years and 83 days old. Parnell bowls to him again, and he's whipped that one in the air wide of mid-wicket. He's going to pick up 2 runs, a sliding stop out there on the boundary by Zabe. So just the 1 run. Sorry, the 2 runs. They would come back for the 2. Takes him on to 34. You almost get the feeling he's batting there with that much confidence, that being the last ball of the over, that he may well have just said, no, we'll just take the 1.
he's
comfortable
shaped,
too, though.
He's shaped very impressively, hasn't he? I was just looking at on social media, David Painter, because played a bit for Northamptonshire, descendant of the great Eddie Painter of Lancashire in England, and David's now involved in cricket footwear. Yeah, absolutely. But he's just tweeted about a fantastic achievement by young Willie Luxton, definitely one to watch for the future. Well done to Chris and Suzanne Luxton, how much sacrifice you've made to help him on his journey. And it's always great to remember the parents and those that are behind these young cricketers that have been the taxi service, I'm sure, for many years. Good to see them getting some tangible reward here as Graham White starts a fresh over and bowls very full to Matthew Pillans, who plays it back down the pitch, fielded by White himself. Slip in place for Pillans, 139 for 7 with the 37th over. Beautiful afternoon now, bright sunshine, and Pillans looking to drive away down to long on and just scuffing it off the inside edge and rolling off the boot out onto the offside, and there's no run.
That's what you should be doing as parents, though, isn't it?
Well, we've all done it, but it's really nice just to remember those behind the success of a young cricketer. He's playing really well here for his side, but Pillans there taking a single, so Luxton back on strike. Pillans driving that up to long on.
Isn't that one of the jobs of a parent, though? Sort of identify what your kid is good at, what they enjoy doing, and then facilitate it.
Yes, it's certainly. I know my son obviously sport and music, and it does involve a lot of miles, and you wouldn't have it any other way. I'm sure I speak for many parents to say the same. Is White round the wicket, bowls to Luxton, who's in behind that, plays it back down the pitch, and Vasconcelos, he just felt he might just have been through on that as he played back, and fortunately managed to get something on it. Here's White in again, round the wicket, fires that one in quicker to Luxton, who plays it back down the pitch. White fields.
I was very lucky in as much as my lad enjoyed sitting on the sofa and watching TV.
Well, it's, you do pile up the miles, that is for sure. Here's White in again, bowls, and that turns sharply, and Luxton played it really well, managed to just drop it down on the offside, and there's no run. End of the over, 140 for 7, 37 overs gone. Luxton's 34, Pillans is 9. I just wonder, David, there's a little bit of spin there, isn't there? Look, White's just made the odd one go. The odd one has turned, and the odd one's bounced a little bit, but it's not a difficult pitch, you wouldn't say, on the evidence of what we've seen so far.
No, this is Scarborough. You've got a bit of pace and carry for the quicker bowlers. You've got a little bit, particularly towards the end of a 4-day game for the spinners. It's a really, really good cricketing wicket here.
Well, this is what
it never fails.
What we've seen so far, it really has been an excellent contest, and I suppose the thoughts now just starting to turn from a Northamptonshire point of view to just keeping concentration, because they'll be mindful, I'm sure, of what happened in the first match of their competition this season as Ben Sanderson comes back into the attack.
And he's turned down to a long leg for a single by Pillans.
When, as I say, they were good for 45 overs on Sunday, and less good for the last 5. When, unfortunately, from Northampton's point of view, Glamorgan plundered 66 runs and put them in a position which left Northampton just with too much to do.
I thought the quote was they were good for 46 overs.
46, yeah, he said 46, but actually I think probably 45 was more accurate.
Sanderson bowls, and that swung away, and dangerously in actual fact. It's bounced, hasn't quite got hold of it, Luxton. It's bounced in front of deep mid-wicket, and he crosses for a single. Maybe just got a little bit carried away for him. Just lost his shape a little bit, and it's something that he hasn't done. He's played so well, and he just lost his shape a little bit there coming down the pitch to Sanderson. He's probably looking at plonking him into the benches. Well, why not? Yes, there's the old Scarborough Cricket Club shop down there. Doing a roaring trade by the look of it, as is the pizza stall. Sanderson from the Trafalgar Square end, bowls pitched up, and that's driven beautifully back past it by Bills. That's got to be close to the shot of the day, lad. He's just he struck that back, just evading these stumps at the bowler's end, and almost perfectly straight. It was a beautiful shot. I suppose, yes, it would rival. Maybe there was one that I think Matthew waited away through extra cover for 4 And the Luxton, the Luxton on drive fast and mid on that still takes. I think that one moves into the top 3 definitely.
On the podium.
On the podium, Pillen's bowls. He's got the bronze for that straight drive. Yeah, we'll award that. So 146 for 7. I haven't seen any of the. You watched any of the Olympics?
Not a great deal. I did see the diving the other morning. The Tom Daly and Matty Lee gold medal just happened to be in front of the telly at the time, which was very exciting. It's when everybody suddenly becomes an expert on sports that they know absolutely nothing about, isn't it?
Sanderson bowls, and that's worked away down to third man for a single. 147 for 7 brings Luxton on to strike. He's top scoring with 35. Yes, they do judo and things like that, and everybody sort of learns all the names or something for a couple of weeks and then forgets about it for the next 4 years. Judo to me has always looked like a couple of big lads fighting over the last biscuit to me. I guess never been able to work that one out.
I did have a go at it at school, and it wasn't really my cup of tea.
I bet there was no biscuit involved. You'd have been good if there was.
I was going to say, not my cup of tea, or indeed my plate of biscuits, but no. It's, but admire the skill of those who do it well.
Ben Sanderson bowls, and he's got so much time as this Will Luxton. He just looked to sort of start to come forward and then rocks back, eases it through the offside, gets a single. That would appear to be the end of Sanderson's comeback over. 148 for 7, 36 to Luxton. So you didn't do it for very long at school?
No, it was one of those. We had sort of sporting options, wasn't it? And you had to try everything for a couple of weeks, and then he would choose which one he wanted to do, and that was just one of the options. So I did it for a couple of weeks, and then it only took me a couple of minutes actually to determine that it wasn't really my sort of thing. 148 for 7, and I suppose what Yorkshire. You were saying about batting out the overs. Get up towards 200, then we've definitely got a game, haven't we?
Get up towards 200, they've but also, I think that what they've got to do is bat through with 7 wickets down.
The overs, yeah.
Bat through to 46, 47 overs, and then have a dart. Because we know Northants are susceptible in those final 5 overs.
No, we've
so you've been telling us all morning.
Yeah, those of us that watched it on Sunday know this to be true. Here's Graham White starting a fresh over and bowls to Luxton, who drives that up to the man. Tight on the single there at mid-wicket, Tom Taylor. They've got basically man on the drive at extra cover and at mid-wicket. Keogh at extra cover and Taylor at mid-wicket. Just to put a little bit of pressure on the young man. Here's White firing that one in, but he drives it pleasantly up to long off, where Jack White comes in off the boundary and fields, and one more run to Will Luxton, who goes up to 36, and Yorkshire to 148 for 7 in the 39th over. It's glorious early afternoon here in Scarborough as White bowls that one again, turned on the onside by Matthew Pillins up to mid-wicket for a single, and one more onto the total, 149 for 7. And Pillins up to 37, and in fact 150 up. The scoreboard's got a little bit behind there, and you can hear the applause for the 150. Here's White in again, bowls to Luxton, who's defensively out on the offside, fielded by Keogh in that position, tight in, short extra cover, and there's no run. That time of the day, David, when those that are able to wander around and get their lunch are walking back in front of the rest of the crowd and making us feel very hungry. Here's White in again, tosses that one up, almost the moon ball that we've seen once or twice from Graham White this season in T20. Concedes just a single as it's driven out to long on. One more onto the total, 151 for 7. Jeremy Snape, wasn't it? It was the leading exponent of the moon ball. Here's Graham White again. Round the wicket, bowls to Pillins, who's defensively down the pitch. White fields and his follow through, end of the over. 16 to Matt Pillins, 38 to Will Luxton. 151 for 7 Yorkshire, 39 overs gone.
Poor running in that.
Yeah, they
From
might.
Pillans, he turned. Well, he didn't. He wasn't looking as he turned. They could comfortably have had two.
It was a long. Yes, it was because he had to make ground round to his right, didn't he? Out at long on. There probably was a couple there. I have to say, what is great to see, Dave, is all the young spectators in today. There's a lot of boys and girls in the crowd, and
They won't actually understand the game.
no, I was going to say, but strangely enough, none of them look confused about 6-ball overs. So that's maybe they haven't read the script. But yeah, it's very, very good to see so many young supporters in the ground wearing their colours.
It is, and it's also good to see the youngsters going off and watching the new tournament as well. That's bringing them into the ground. Ben Sanderson starts new over, and that's swung away to deep backward square. Just the single there to Pillans. He's moving on swiftly.
I do like the fact that
39 runs to him.
Ricardo Vasconcelos has got his better fielders in just the right places here, and he's got safe save down there at deep square, and Charlie Thurston sweeping out on the cover boundary. There's two quickest fielders, and he's got them absolutely in the right places, I think.
Sanderson bowls to Pillans, who eases that one through the offside, and Thurston comes in. He would have fielded it, but beaten to it. Is that Graham White out there?
Rob
No,
Keogh.
it's not. It's Rob Keogh. Add extra cover. One more run. We're into the 40th over, so going along at just under 4 runs and over. Still plenty of time to bat, young William Luxton. Don't get carried away just yet. Top score 39. There's a half century here for you at least. And tucks that one wide of mid on. He wants 2 is the call, and back they come for 2. Pillans running to the danger end. Poor throw anyway. In fact, one of those throws you weren't quite sure whether he was throwing to the keeper or the bowler. And
Do you know that
Luxton moves into the 40s.
that stroke of Will Luxton's? Once or twice we do this thing, don't we? When you see a new player, who does he remind me of? And just his body language and just the way he looks at the crease, and that stroke in particular remind me of a Northamptonshire and Lancashire player of some distinction. See if you can. If it's just my imagination, probably is.
Next delivery is attempted Yorker, I think, there from Sanderson. Dug out and played up to mid-on of our vintage.
Oh, very much so. Very much so.
Northants and Lancashire.
Yeah, played for both, and then played for Northants again.
Oh.
It's just, and the pickup, the pickup of the bat and the stance. It's very Yes, I don't think I'm imagining it.
Sanderson bowls and driven nicely up to mid-on. Very good on the onside, isn't he? Doesn't get a single there.
Shall I tell you who I'm thinking of? Malachi Loy.
Yeah.
There is for me distinct, and I'm sure it's just. I'm saying for 1 minute he probably never saw Mal bat, but
I didn't see a lot of him.
I saw a lot of Mal bat, obviously, and it's just the stance, the pickup, the whole demeanour.
Sanderson bowls and eases that one into the offside. Keogh comes round to field again. He's pinched the strike. Well done. 40 overs bowled. 156 for 7 as the board ticked over.
What he hasn't done yet is try and slog sweep Brett Lee out of the ground, which is was a Loy speciality, of course. So move into the last 10 overs, and yeah, how well Luxton's played here on debut. 42 not out to him. Another handy little partnership developing here. These two put on 35 for the 8th wicket in 7 overs, so 5 and over, but that's fine. They're still there. As DT was saying, 10 overs to go. Do plenty of damage in that time. And it's Taylor back into the attack.
Mal Loy, of course, was interesting Ireland for a while when he was available.
Yeah, his father was Irish, and indeed his mum, and he was named after Saint Malachi.
Was he?
Yes. In fact, I think his second name Bernard. I think there was a Saint Bernard as well. It was all, I did a lot of research on this at one time. It was all tied in with the Battle of Clontarf.
Oh, there you go. Well, of course,
but,
Ireland play a lot of their cricket.
And I must have had too much time on my hands at one time, and I was doing a piece about Mal. The Battle of Clontarf definitely came into it. Not at the moment though, because here's Tom Taylor running in from this Pease Home Park end, and that's cleverly played by Will Luxton. Just steers it away through backward point, found the gap, and he's going to pick up 2 runs. 2 more to Luxton, who goes up to 44, and the total up to 158 for 7.
We haven't seen him hit a lot through extra cover.
No,
have we? So that's one area there.
He looks a strong onside player, doesn't he? But
that was a nice little guide. There were 2 men inside the rings there. Familiar, of course, moving into the last 10 overs that you get the fielders spread far and wide on the leg side.
There's Taylor in again and bowls to Luxton, who's going to pick up a single, drops it down into the offside again, waits the stroke cleverly in that he didn't. If he'd have hit that too well, it wouldn't have been a single. It would have gone straight to Emilio Gay at backward point, and there wouldn't have been a run there. But he just didn't hit it too hard, and he was able to come through for a comfortable single in the end. He's up to 45, just 5 away from a half century. He's coming down and having a chat with Matthew Pillins and just telling him how to do it. I think he's just trying to explain which way Tom Taylor is angling the ball off the seam. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Pillins, who runs it down to backward point. Now there you go, he hit that pretty solidly. It went straight to backward point and there was no run.
Cricket is a competitive game in the sense that young batsmen come in, they've got to actually force their way into the side through performance, and I think there'll be 1 or 2 of those younger Yorkshire players higher up the order who are having a look at Luxton and thinking, yeah, we're going to have to go well to push him out of the side.
Terrific start. Is short goes Taylor to Matthew Pillins, and it's signalled as a wide by the umpire, and that hasn't pleased Tom Taylor a great deal.
I think where you look at where that past the batsman, it was going down the leg side.
Yes,
I think it was called for leg side rather than for height.
I don't think it was a problem with the call at all. But Tom Taylor wasn't very hugely impressed. I suppose bowlers never are. 160 for 7. No, he's as Northampton's head coach David Ripley says, it's not a question of knocking on the door. It's a question of trying to hammer it down. Here's Taylor. Bowls to Pillins, who drives that up to mid-off, fielded by Jack White, and there's no run. And you can see what he means, that there's any number of players on academies around the country who've got ability and have got talent, and they're going to make a claim for a place, but the ones that you look for are those that maybe are scoring the weight of runs, or you just back a hunch and you think this lad has got something. That would appear to be what Yorkshire have done here with Will Luxton. Matt Pillins facing that ball from Tom Taylor, and it's another dot ball. He just forced onto the back foot on the defensive, played down the pitch. You can probably hear the breeze, and the good thing about that is it's hopefully keeping any of the showers that were forecast for today away, and hopefully if we do get one, it'll blow it through fairly swiftly. There's forecast for this afternoon is for maybe a thundery shower, but there's a bit more cloud over to our right, out to the west, but not too bad. Pretty high, and the sun's out, and Taylor's in again, bowling to Pillins, who plays that up towards mid-on. They have to go for a quick single, and mid-on was fairly deep, and that's what helped them there, and they came through the single comfortably enough. 1 more to Pillins, who goes up to 18, end of the over, and
he's nicked the strike.
And he's nicked the strike, yeah, well counted. 161 for 7, 41 gone.
Don't score any runs at the non-strikers then. So, by the time mid-on got to that one, the ball had barely passed the stumps, and he is poor after.
Emilio Gay, who I think has got a skin knee for his pains there. He dived in to try and stop that one. And it's going to be Graham White back into the attack.
Yeah, I prefer to see the left armour at the Trafalgar Square end, because the ball is the slope as there is here does take the spin further away from the bat. But having said that, he took a wicket with his first ball when he bowled from the Peasholm Park end.
Just wondering where Doidge's gone. Actually, I think he may be queuing for pizza. He's disappeared from view.
Round the wicket, starting a new spell, comes Waite. So is his time up? Is he due? No.
He's got time. He's
10 minutes.
No, I'm just like to keep an eye on him.
I think his mum and dad are here again today, so he might have gone off and had a word. White bowls that short and should be taken advantage of. Well, they got a single. He's just trying to steer that past short fine leg, and probably should have done a little bit better.
A yard either side, and I think it would have been 4, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Curtly Jack White. Diving stop, just 1 run, brings Luxton on to strike. He gets a short delivery, which he thinks about pulling, and then straightens up and pushes up to long on for a single. So you can hear the gulls chirping away. Squawking away. White bowls again and turned into the onside. Luxton gets a sprint on, gets through comfortably. More work for Curtly Jack White.
Yes, he's in the firing line a little bit there at the moment, isn't he? Just on the edge of the circle, but backward square.
White, of the other variety, of the Graham variety, bowls to Luxton, who eases that one down to long off, playing through the V as he should be doing. Very impressive debut this from Will Luxton, 18 years and 83 days old, and playing like he's been in the Yorkshire side. He's playing like Harry Brook. He's been around for 4 or 5 years. He hasn't. It's his debut. So start of a new brought him forward there. That's the end of the start of a new spell. This was what I was trying to say for White. A big appeal for LBW, but not given. Umpire not interested in that at all.
Got a bit of a stride.
Shaughnessy got a decent stride, didn't he? A long way forward. 165 for 7.
I think the ump would have been guessing there, wouldn't he? So it's fair enough. And pushing that far forward, I haven't got the replay in front of us, but it may well have been that he managed to get himself outside the line. The ball running down on the offside, which would suggest that probably was the case. There's going to be Tom Taylor, who's bowled pretty well today. Picked up a couple of early wickets, Tattersall and Revis. Northamptonshire generally have kept control pretty well, but they want to finish the job and not let Yorkshire off the hook the way they did Glamorgan a few days ago. Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Will Luxton on 47, and he's going to be 48 now as he turns that up to Rob Keogh, who finds himself out at long on at the moment, and they come through for a single. 48 to Luxton, 166 for 7. I was looking, David, at the first time these two counties met in List A cricket in one-day cricket back in 1969, Sunday League, the old John Player League at Bradford at Park Avenue. Yorkshire winning by 39 runs, despite being at one stage 14 for 4.
Ooh. Did Jeffrey get any?
He got 2. Here's White bowls very full, was Yorker length, driven up to mid-on by Pillins for a single, fielded again by Keogh. Pillins up to 21, Yorkshire to 167 for 7. 14 for 4. Phil Sharp came to the rescue with 81.
Phil Sharp.
And Brian Crump picking up 5 for 16 for Northamptonshire. Little Crumpy. And but they got enough, because Northamptonshire, despite 43 from Roger Prideaux, were bowled out by Jeff Cope and Tony Nicholson.
Do you know what? I can remember vividly all those players you've just mentioned.
That's off the back foot by Luxton, and this is going to be his half century. He's driven away through extra cover. He's coming back for 2. And listen to the applause for Will Luxton, 50 on debut. He acknowledges the applause all round the ground, and 1 or 2 of the spectators standing up. And I don't blame them. That's been a very, very impressive innings here from 18-year-old Will Luxton on his Yorkshire debut. 50 not out to him, and Yorkshire to 169 for 7. And he really has, whatever happens now, he's going to have given Yorkshire something to bowl at. Could be even better than that. Here's Taylor, and again bowls to him down the leg side. That's a wide. That was a bit of a loose one from Tom Taylor. You can see what he was trying to do. He was trying to bowl that short ball and just tuck Will Luxton up, but as it was, he just got the line a little bit wrong, and instead of coming into the right-hander, it just started outside leg stump and went wider. One more onto the total, 170 for 7.
There's a man and his very young daughter there who've just escaped through the
rope.
Through the rope.
Dear Lord, whatever next. It's anarchy. Here's Taylor again, exactly the same thing. Bowls short, loses his line, and is signalled wide. One more on the total, 171 for 7. And that is the 50 partnership between these two. 50 for the 8th wicket. Acknowledged by the knowledgeable Scarborough crowd who've done their maths right. And this has been a very, very useful partnership between Will Luxton and Matthew Pillins.
That's 2 half-century partnerships now, isn't it, for the 7th and 8th wickets.
50 coming up in 10 overs together. Here's Taylor. Better ball for him, driven to extra cover. Think about a single, but well fielded by Wayne Parnell. And there's no run. Stays on 171 for 7. Wayne Parnell, who's been again a very good acquisition for Northamptonshire this season, not least because unusually for an overseas player, he's playing in all formats and for the whole season. And certainly his experience has been very valuable, and from our point of view, he's absolutely fascinating to talk to. He's got so much experience around the world.
Proper old school overseas player.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Taylor, and again bowls to Luxton, drives nicely again through the cover. He's only going to get a single as it goes out there to Graham White, sweeping on the cover boundary. And they come through for the run, 172 for 7, Luxton to 51. Yeah, we had him on BBC Radio Northampton's cricket show 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we did an hour with him, and we could easily have done another hour with him. He's just so interesting, and thoughts on the game, and the game obviously not just in England but around the world. He's got experience in pretty much every country in the cricketing world with various T20 franchise competitions and so on, and he's a very, very interesting chap. Here's Taylor running away from us. Bowls to Pillins, who plays a little sort of, as he was trying to work it away on the onside, and in the end it went almost like flat batted it past the bowler for a single. Fielded by Jack White, running round from mid-off to mid-on. A single to end the over. 173 for 7. 42 gone. Luxton is 51. Pillins is 22. And the partnership worth 52.
Yeah, these applause there again for Luxton's half century. But for the moment he's come in, he's looked relaxed, he's looked at home there. And, you've seen some impressive debuts over the years, but this would have to be right up there.
Well, again, you just think back to that first ball, don't you? The first ball that he faced, that short ball from Tom Taylor. He decided to test him out with a bouncer first up, and he just paddled it away round the corner for a single. Looked very composed.
Off the mark straight away, wasn't he? Yeah. White bowls, and that's a turn to short fine leg, and he said Peelan's back now. He was he's in control out there, isn't he? The 18-year-old's telling the overseas pro what he's got to do and what he can't do, and he's having a word with him and talking him through this partnership. It's tremendous stuff. Andrew's going to leave us as next ball is played quietly back, and we're in the 44th over now. No time yet to get silly and play silly shots, but a couple of dots. It may be just got to work this round, has Mr. Peelans, as he tries to get that one past short mid wicket, and again it's another dot going into the books. So a half maiden. First 3 balls, dot, dot, dot. Andrew's struggling to get out. He's off to sanitise his equipment. Here comes White again, and this is turned through the onside out to deep mid wicket.
I think he's off to replace you in a few balls.
Oh, of course he is. Well, I better just read this tweet out. I've forgotten that. How are we doing this? Better just read this tweet
Bless
out
him, he
from
forgets.
Charles Kitchen. I was saving it for when you were back on, Doidgy. White bowls and again turned into the onside. This is a good over from Northamptonshire. Charles Kitchen, listening to you two babbling along is an absolute joy and takes me back to the golden days of TMS. That's me and you he was talking about. Thank you, says Charles Kitchen. Well, thank you for that tweet, Charles. White in to complete this then, the 44th over, and very, very good over. That one's played back to him. Just the one run coming from that. Excellent stuff. I'll move out and leave you with Jonathan Doidge and then Old Man Rad.
What's TMS? End of the over then. 44 have now been completed. So Yorkshire have done rather better than at some stages we might have thought they would do. I'm just going back to my laptop, having left it behind with William Luxton's score showing us 30 not out at the time. And of course, as we now know, he has done the business here for Yorkshire by getting a half century. Needed somebody to take it on. Certainly can't expect a youngster of 18 years and 83 days to go out there. You hope that he'll be able to produce the goods, but you don't expect it, and he has, and he's played very, very well indeed. Certainly looks like a player who is strong through the leg side. For what we've seen from him so far, the predominance of his wagon wheel, I should imagine, is through that at half of the field as Ben Sanderson is in, and Pillans has lofted this one over the top of mid-on. I don't think it'll have the legs. No, it's just bounced short of the rope down to our right, but it will bring him 4 runs, a welcome boundary. Pillans on to 27. This pair came together when the score was on 121, so an invaluable 8th wicket partnership for Yorkshire. 57 it is worth so far. Radders is back alongside.
Yeah, I was just if you heard the conversation that D team and I were having a second ago.
Sanderson in, good delivery, good response, and Pillans anchored to the crease and just pushing it one wide of off stump.
I know we always play this game about who a new player reminds you of, but his setup at the crease, Will Luxton, and his pickup and his general body language just reminds me so much of Mal Loy. Again, another player.
Yeah.
Very strong through the leg side, but had the full range of strokes. Hugely successful for Northamptonshire and for Lancashire, of course.
Sanderson to Pillans, who's flicking it one down the leg side. No need to, because he's going to pick up a wide. Northamptonshire have been very good today in terms of not conceding needless extras, but they just crept in, haven't they, in the last couple of overs, really.
Tom Taylor bowled a couple down the leg side in successive deliveries previously, and I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do. I think he was just trying to take pace off it, but lost his line horribly for a couple of balls in that last over, didn't he? And then bowled the bouncer that was wide. It was four wides in 3 overs, I think.
Yeah. Sanderson again, and nicely played off the back foot this time by Pillans, turning it through the vacant mid-wicket area. Picks up a single out to the sweeper. They've all been shoved back on the boundary edge on the western side of the ground, so yawning gaps if you want to just work the ball in there. And it's one of those, really. It's not a massive boundary out to that side of the ground, because the strip that they're playing on has moved a little bit that way compared to the ones of last week. But if you do time it just right, you might be able to get back for 2. Take the pace off it, really, and drop it central. We'll see if that is in the plans of Will Luxton, not with this delivery, which is wide of off stump, and he has a little swish at and misses.
What would the slope be on this ground, Doidge? I was just looking at with the naked eye from the North Marine Road side down to the west stand down there. It looks to be a reasonable drop. I just wonder what it would be.
Don't know if there are any measurements on that front. I'm sure there probably are somewhere. Sort of thing the ground staff would be interested in, I suppose. As a short ball here is pulled by Luxton. We know that is already a strength. It's come through as a beacon, really, in this first innings we've seen him in senior cricket. Pulled to mid-wicket for 1.
And he looks frustrated that he didn't do better with with that ball, didn't he? Which is the mark of just how well he's played and with how much confidence.
But mid-wicket and square leg deep are not that far apart, probably 30, maybe 35 metres. If you could have got it a little bit straighter than mid-wicket, it would probably have been in the money. There's a fair yawning gap between that one and mid and long on. Short ball this time, and that is given as a no ball. It is wide of Pillen's off stump. Was thinking about playing a ramp there. Third man is up inside the circle. That's maybe what was in the mind.
It's just got a little bit ragged, isn't it, last couple of overs from Northamptonshire.
So Sanderson into Pillens, who has a swish here, gets the front leg out of the way. Vasconcelos has not covered himself in glory either this time. He's missed it, and that will be 4 byes, so just becoming untidy from Northants. And well, at one stage, I mean, look at this, look at the scores. 69 when the 6th wicket went down, 121 when the 7th went down. At that stage, if you'd have given Yorkshire 200, they would have bitten your hand off, I'm sure. They haven't got there yet, so they may still bite your hand off for it, but they're 13 short. They're not far away with 5 overs to go and still 3 wickets in the 10th. It's not going to be a rip-roaring sort of a score, is it? And it was difficult in that first hour, 90 minutes or so. But they've given themselves a little bit of a base here, and it would be interesting to see these two, with scores on the board now, just start to begin to open their shoulders in the last few overs. I guess they won't want to give it away, because they're exposing the tail, and they've got to then try and make a start. So not easy for them. But you'd expect them to try and just wind things up a little bit now in the last 5.
I just sense, Doidgy, that this is a very important 5 overs in the context, not just of this match, but in the context of the whole campaign for Northamptonshire. Say, having rather squandered an advantage in the previous match, Wayne Parnell comes back into the attack and starts off with a short ball, which Will Luxton looks to pull away. Doesn't make contact, goes through to Vasconcelos. The field, got a man, a short third man in the ring, backward point in the ring, and extra cover in the ring and mid-off in the ring. So 4 in the ring, saving 1 on the offside. On the onside, bearing in mind, we've seen Will Luxton's range of strokes on the onside. They've got a deep mid-wicket out, deep backward square out, and a long leg out. Here's Parnell in, bowls to Luxton, drives up to mid-off. Mid-off is, say, deep, right on the edge of the circle. And they'll almost give him the single there, which they do. And he comes through for 1 more run. 53 to Will Luxton, 188 for 7. We're into the 46th over. Yeah, just saying, bearing in mind, and we talked about it a bit on commentary today, but the Northamptonshire's nightmarish last 5 overs against Glamorgan. They'll just be so keen to avoid a repetition of that. Here's Parnell in, bowls. Good ball to Pillens, tucks him up, just up on his hip, but the line was right. It was middle and leg, and Pillens just able to play it defensively back down the pitch. If they get a bat on it on the onside, as I say, they've got, what, 3 men out on the onside. There's nobody fielding in the ring on the onside, so there's one, at least one, anywhere on the leg side, but they've got a long on the boundary, deep mid wicket on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary, long leg on the boundary. As Parnell comes in again, bowls to Pillens, he drives it up towards long on. They've come through for 1, they're going to come back for 2. Luxton is so quick between the stumps. Pillens puts the foot down as well, and they come through for 2. Good running, 190 for 7. Pillens up to 30. And that is the problem, of course. You're looking to defend the boundaries at this stage. You've got everybody out on the onside. If the batsmen play the stroke correctly, don't hit it too hard, and there's a chance of 2. Deep mid-wicket just coming in a few yards now, and that ball outside the off stump. Pillens looking to cut it away over the fielder at short third man, because, as we say, there are 4 in the ring on the offside. And all Pillens had to do was just get something on that, and it would have gone away for 4, but he didn't. And a dot ball ensues, 190 for 7, 46th over.
Heavy rain and thunder in York, says Andy. Hope it's not heading to Scarbados.
Yeah, let's hope not. Here's Parnell in again, bowling, and Pillens drives up, just eludes the dive of Parnell, tries to stop in his follow through, doesn't. It goes up to long on, where Safe comes off the boundary, and they come through for just a single. So good over from Wayne Parnell there, costing just 4 runs. 191 for 7. Luxton's 53. Pillins is 31. The partnership between these two so far worth 70 runs for the 8th wicket. 4 overs to go. What can Yorkshire get?
Well, we shall see.
220? Do you reckon? Even upwards of that?
Not sure. I'm not sure about 220. Not sure about 220 at this stage. As we welcome back listeners to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra, with the news that Yorkshire are still going here, and we might have thought that might have come to an end at some stages in this innings. There were 69 for 6 at one point, 121 for 7, but this 8th wicket partnership came together with the score on 121, so currently worth 70. 191 for 7 they are on his List A debut, his senior debut. William Luxton, Keighley born William Luxton, formerly of Steeton Cricket Club, more recently Bradford and Bingley Yorkshire Academy, Yorkshire Twos. He has made his maiden 50, 53 not out. Matthew Pillins has done well as well to stay with him from number 9, and he's just whacked one, I think probably the best description of it, down towards straight mid-wicket boundary for a single to take him on to 32, the score to 192 for 7.
This is already a Yorkshire 8th wicket record against Northamptonshire in List A cricket. Previous best 54 between Phil Carrick and Arnie Sidebottom at Ackland Park, Middlesbrough in 1982.
Good spot. Super stuff from the pair. Tom Taylor bowling then to Luxton, who steps across now, just clearly feeling more confident about life, and he's played that short backward of square leg well, but in fact that has disappeared down the leg side, and having missed out, he's still going to pick up a run, or at least his team is, with a wide. As you can hear on our equipment here, it is quite breezy. See if we can shut the door, maybe that might help with that. DT might shut the door for us. Andrew Radd and Jonathan Dodge with you at the moment. Dave Townsend also in the box. David Townsend. Now then, a lofted drive here by Matthew Pillins is going to clear the boundary. Not by Matthew Pillins, my apologies, by William Luxton. Matthew Pillins was standing and watching it at the non-striking end, and so an excellent shot by Will Luxton. Lands about 5 metres or so beyond the advertising hoardings, beyond the photographer down beneath our commentary position. Brings him 6 and takes Yorkshire to the brink of a 200 that looked scarcely believable at one stage. He's on to 59, and that confidence I talked about a little bit earlier in the over, there for all to see. And he's got this one away as well, leaving it this time over long on for 6 more. He's gone across outside off stump, really sat deep in his crease, and well, he's just dismissed that for 6 over long on. That is a superb shot, 2 in succession either side.
It's a quality stroke again, and I think to call Tom Taylor disgruntled at the moment is possibly an understatement. He decided to argue the toss with the umpire about that wide earlier in the over. They were having quite an animated discussion. I think he felt that because the batsman had come across, it shouldn't have been a wide, and then whether distracted or not, he's just been thumped for 2 big sixes. Great shots.
So 205, 200 up. Now then, he's got underneath this one. It's squirted away backward of the man inside the circle at short third man, and he's got that little bit of luck on his side, and nobody is going to begrudge him that after such a cracking knock. He's got away with one there. Just picked him up 2 more runs. And not sure what the crowd away to the left on the bench seats are laughing at. A few comments been made. But Luxton on to 67 here, and Yorkshire 207 for 7. They've got something to bowl at. Looks as though it just feels like it's played a little bit flatter since that first hour and a half.
This is now closing in on Yorkshire's 8th wicket record in all List A cricket,
which is
89. Partnership currently 86.
And he might do that in one blow. He won't do it with this, won't William Luxton, because he's turned it to mid-wicket, and he's going to pick up a single, but a very productive over for Yorkshire here. They began it with 191 on the board, 17 so far.
Tom Taylor's still having a chat with the umpire. I think there's only going to be one winner in that particular debate. I'm not quite sure what he's upset about, but he's not a happy bunny at the moment.
Here he comes, right arm over the wicket, Peasarn Park end, bowling to Pillans. It's a Yorker attempt, and it's a pretty good attempt as well. Well dug out by the Yorkshire fast bowler. He gets a single for it. So that is an excellent over for Yorkshire. 18 runs from it. Pillans finishes it on 33 not out. And, well, the man around whom this total has largely been built in the end, William Luxton, 68 not out.
Just how delighted must Richard Pyra be, Yorkshire's acting head coach in this competition, because what you were saying, Doidgy, it sounded as they took a little bit of a punt on him, just like the look of what they'd seen in some of the earlier warm-up games and second team cricket and whatnot, and he's backed the hunch, and my goodness, it's paid off.
Yeah, I did speak to Andrew Gale, doing one of our post-match interviews 2-3 weeks ago, something like that. I'll tell you more in a moment because Parnell's in.
Here's Wayne Parnell running in from the Trafalgar Square end to bowl to Matthew Pillins. Down the leg side, missed by Vasconcelos. It runs away to the boundary for 4 leg byes, so it just clipped something on the way through. And just in the last few minutes, as it did on Sunday against Glamorgan, Northamptonshire just got fairly seriously scruffy in the field. The bowling discipline has just been lost a little bit. 4 more onto the total, 213 for 9, and that now is an 8th wicket record for Yorkshire in all list A cricket, surpassing 89, scored by Richard Blakey and Richard Dawson. Here's Parnell in again, bowls to Matt Pillins, who plays that up to long on for a single. Safe save coming in off the boundary to complete the fielding, sends in a throw on the bounce to Vasconcelos, and Yorkshire up to 214 for 7. Pillins up to 34. Yeah, Blakey and Dawson against Leicestershire here on this very ground in 2002.
Good time to go in, isn't it? 8th wicket then. So Andrew Gale, I'm sure he won't mind me saying that I was asking him 1 or 2 questions about who might be playing during this competition. Here we go again though, interruption.
Here's Parnell in again, bowls to Luxton, he's bowled. And this super innings from Will Luxton ends. Good Yorker from Matt Parnell, and now it's really nice to see Matt Parnell just patting the young man on the back and saying well played and how well he deserved that accolade. And just, I'll shut up for a moment and listen to what the Scarborough crowd think to this superb innings of 68 by 18-year-old Will Luxton. And a number of the spectators down in front of us on their feet, and I don't blame them. That's been a magnificent innings. 85 balls, 2 sixes, 5 fours at the age of 18 years and 83 days. And well, William Luxton, remember the name, as they say.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from him. Good delivery from Wayne Parnell to dismiss him, and as you say, superb to see the old stager, really, the experienced player as Wayne Parnell is, going and congratulating the youngster on his debut success, because that's what it's been. 68 runs, and as I was saying, as Andrew Gale said to me, sort of after we'd finished our chat, when I was saying, who might be getting a go in this, and he pretty much said the next cab off the rank, if you like, will probably be William Luxton, and it looks like they're quite good at spotting a bit of talent.
It does rather look like it, and there's another young player who's come to the fore as a result of this competition and the fact that Yorkshire, obviously with players away, have given a chance to some of their talented young cricketers, and a few more talented on the evidence of that, not than William Luxton. New batsman is Stephen Patterson, and is greeted at once by another trademark Yorker from Wayne Parnell. Jabs down on it, plays it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
And can I suggest, William Luxton, Yorkshire, that you give him squad number 68? Something that you'll never forget.
Absolutely, yeah. No, what a very good idea. It's, well, there's an innings of high quality. One or two shots that will live in the memory for a long time, and on drive in particular. Here's Parnell in again, ball short of a length to Patterson, who just runs it down towards the third man. It's fielded by Emilio Gay, and they pick up a single. 215 for 8 in the 48th over, so 2 to go after this. And whilst not on the face of it a particularly formidable total from 69 for 6, it represents an excellent recovery. And as I say, Northamptonshire just in the last half an hour or so having been very disciplined. Georgie mentioned the wide count has suddenly gone up a little bit. They've just got a wee bit scruffy. Here's Parnell in again, bowls, and that's very full length again. Worked in the onside by Pat Pillans, who's going to pick up a single, fielded by Graham White, coming in off the boundary. Sends in a return with meaning, I think. Really fizzed that one into the gloves of Vasconcelos. End of the over, 48 gone, 216 for 8, with Pillans on 35, and Steve Patterson has just gone in and made 1.
And that 8th wicket partnership then 93, 68 runs from 85 balls, 119 minutes, so a minute short of 2 hours he was out there. 2 hours I'm sure he'll never forget. 5 fours and those 2 super sixes towards the end of it as well.
It's just that on drive that he played away for 4 that was just a stroke of unmistakable class. It's, if they always say, it's the hallmark of the class player. Oh, this is disappointing. The umbrellas are coming out.
Indeed, we have rain. What they're going to do here, 2 overs remaining in the innings, but Brolly's quickly being called into play, and Tom Taylor is going to bowl over number 49 then, with Yorkshire at 216 for the loss of 8. Just trying to get the glass across the front here as well, because lots of electronic equipment, we don't want to get too wet.
Never a good idea.
No, Taylor into to Pillans, who tries to play the haymaker through the onside and misses out. 35 to him though. It's been an excellent effort from Matthew Pillans. Did say as he went out there that he can hold a bat. We just don't often get to see tailenders for too long, and I guess you hope you don't, from the perspective that clearly if they're out there for a length of time, the top order players ain't got so many. Taylor turns, Peaceholm Park End, running away from our commentary position in Cali 2, and Pillans steps away and gives that a fair bit of bottom hand off the back foot, but can't get it past. I think he's Wayne Parnell there at extra cover. There's no run. Gaffer.
Go on, sir.
Gary Gaffer Williams. How are you doing, Gaffer? Hope you're well. He says, young Luxton played with my boy at Bradford Grammar when he was 14. I said that he was a quality player and would go on to be a big player.
Sounds like a pretty good shout. Very good shout.
Played well today. Taylor in, short ball. Pillans steps away to leg and then pulls it as well. Interesting shot, but he's going to pick up a single for it. Out to Ben Curran, who was doing the fielding. 217 for 8. And with talking about how many they could get here, with the sort of demise of William Luxton, unfortunately at the stage he's gone, 46.3 overs. The man who has clearly seen the ball well and playing superbly, it might just be the little strangle on some late momentum that Northamptonshire wanted as far as Yorkshire's innings is concerned. Stephen Patterson, we know, he can crash the ball around a bit. He's done that here several times before. He's crashed it cloudward though this time, and that is going to come down into the arms or hands of the man at point,
Emilio Gay,
who was Emilio Gay, and Patterson's little cameo lasted, well, too little. 1 run he scored on this occasion, caught by Gay off the bowling of Taylor, and so Yorkshire's red ball captain gone, and the score 217 for 9. That means that last man for the Vikings will be Jack Shutt. They crossed while the ball was in the air, which is probably a good thing, seeing as Matthew Pillans is clearly seeing it pretty well as well on 36 not out.
The better news is that a lot of the umbrellas are now coming down again, almost as quickly as they went up. Saw the Northamptonshire 12th and 13th men realising that a lot of the training equipment was was left down there in front of the pavilion here, so they suddenly had to, you imagine on a camping trip when it suddenly starts to rain and you have to sort of get armfuls of stuff and put it in the tent. It was a bit like Freddie Heldrick and Simon Kerrigan down there.
Here's Taylor to Pillans, who's underneath this one. Now then, that's also Skyward, but he's going to get away with it, and in fact he's going to pick up 4 runs, 2 or 3 bounces. He's got it away over the top of Vasconcelos, sort of through what would have been a first slip type angle, and the man who's up inside the circle at third man, no chance of getting his mitts on that. So Pillans moves on to 40, Yorkshire to 221 for 9. And I think I said Will Luxton was out at 46.3, 47.3 in fact was the, for those who like to be precise on those matters, was the over count, if you like, when the Luxton wicket fell. Taylor in, and this time Pillans to a slower ball, pushes tentatively forward, really, just done by the pace of it. Well, the pace being taken off it. End of the 49th, 221 for the loss of 9. So 6 balls to get as many as you can.
Yeah, Northamptonshire, I think they would be hugely relieved to see those 2 quick wickets. I think all Northamptonshire supporters, and I'm sure the support staff and Ricardo Vasconcelos as well, will have been slightly haunted by that chastening experience on Sunday at Wantage Road when Glamorgan's Tom Cullen and Joe Cook hammered 66 off the last 5 overs to give Glamorgan what turned out to be comfortably a winning total at Wantage Road. And after the acting head coach John Sadler had said, yeah, you know, for 45, 46 overs we were really good, which was an entirely reasonable assessment, but you've got to do it for 50. And the game was just starting to get away from Northamptonshire a little bit. As it is, they're giving themselves a chance just to pull it back and finish strongly. And it's going to be trusted with the task of bowling the last over, Ben Sanderson, and he's coming in and bowling to Jack Shutt, and there's a good ball outside the off stump, and Shutt just looking to maybe run it down towards third man, didn't make contact, goes through to Vasconcelos, and it's a dot ball to start the last over, 221 for 9.
Radders, we had a second, if you like, second best at the weekend at Leicester when that 125 by Harry Duke he was the second youngest after Sachin Tendulkar, I think, as you mentioned earlier, to score a List A century for Yorkshire, and thanks to Paul Dyson, who's sent us in the latest fact.
Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Jack Shutt, drops it down on the offside, going through for a very quick single, and Ben Sanderson trying to side-foot it onto the stumps, but he won't get his contract with Rotherham United quite like that, because it missed the stumps. They're able to come through for the single, 222 for 9.
And we have another notable second best today as well. William Luxton's 68 means that he's the second highest scorer in a List A match for Yorkshire on debut. I suppose Sachin Tendulkar is one name you might throw out there as been a big one, and Geoffrey Boycott's another pretty big one.
He could play a bit.
1963 against Sussex at home, he made 71 on debut, so William Luxton well played. Just three runs short of that record.
A terrific stat is Sanderson bowling full, driven out towards deep extra cover, and I think he's going to be caught, and he is, and that's the end of the innings. And a catch up there by Wayne Parnell, who it celebrates ostentatiously with the spectators gathered behind him in the beer tent. One or two may have suggested that it would be a really good idea if he dropped that, but he didn't. And an excellent innings from Matthew Pillans comes to a close, and Yorkshire are bowled out for 222 in the final over. So Northamptonshire left needing 223 to win, and Pillans out there for 34, was it? I think at the end, 34, 40, beg pardon, doing out of 5 runs. He was out for 40, last man out, leaving Jack Shutt unbeaten on a single. Applause for the 2 batsmen as they come off, and for the Northamptonshire bowlers and fielders. 2-2-2 all out in the final over.
Thanks, Radders. Yeah, 222 all out. Pillans went for 40 from 60 deliveries, and Jack Shutt, not out on 1. And let's have a look at the Northamptonshire bowling figures with the innings complete. Jack White 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 38. Ben Sanderson, taker of that last wicket, which I think fell 49.3 overs. It did. So 9.3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 35 for him. Wayne Parnell finished his 10 overs without having bowled a maiden, 1 for 45. Tom Taylor also completed the full set, 10 overs, 3 for 64. And Graham White, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 24. So an excellent effort from him. There were, for the record, he said, if I can...
26 extras.
Yes, thank you. 26 extras, which was pretty ragged in the closing stages, and who knows whether that might cost Northamptonshire in the end. So Yorkshire 222 all out. Well played, William Luxton. I'm sure there'll be more talk about that as we go through the second half. But 223 to win for the team who won the toss and put Yorkshire into bat. That is Northamptonshire Radders. DT and I will take a bit of a break for some nosh at this point, so we'll be back with you in time for Ball by Ball again for the second half. I'm pretty well, thanks, Rima. How's yourself? I am at Scarborough. Yeah, I've noticed this during our short time broadcasting together. Shall I tell you what's happening? All right. Well, Northamptonshire won the toss, put tell you as well that since they went off half an hour ago, the end of that Yorkshire innings, it has clouded over, and it's a different sort of feel to it this time around. We had cloud cover this morning. We did have a bit of a sharp shower, of course, before play got underway, and there was a very brief one as well just before the end of the Yorkshire innings. But there is a definite threat overhead. We heard that it was thundering and raining quite heavily in York a little while ago, and it appears to be heading in this direction because it's leaden and grey above. But we hope for unbroken play, but not feeling like that's the case. There's an odd spot of rain now just blowing into Cali too. So it could be stop start DLS may well come into play. Umpires were walking across towards the press box. I'm guessing that means that there were some exchange of communication with the scorers who are situated in there. So Waite going to start, right arm over the wicket from this P-zone park end. 2 slips in place, a ring field with the exception of third man, and deep mid wicket. Vasconcelos drops it in the direction of deep mid wicket, but it's going to fall well short of William Luxton coming in. Matthew Pillen's round to do the fielding. They get a single. So first ball, they have rubbed off one of them. Vasconcelos, a very dangerous player, as Yorkshire have already seen this season, and very much the diminutive figure of the pair. Even the gulls started to take on a grey tinged appearance under the wing as they float on the wind overhead. Quite breezy today here on the east coast as Gay drops his first delivery in a similar spot to what Vasconcelos had done. Pillens again fields, and again they get a single. So 2 without loss in the early moments. 1 or 2 brollies up. Certainly the waterproofs have gone on quite a lot of the supporters at our end of the ground. Even Paul Butterfield, I can see the photographer down there, has put his big coat on. Here's Waite, that's wide of Vasconcelos' off stump, and he's happy to watch it go through. He's not a massive scorer, as I think Rad has said towards the end of that Yorkshire innings, but it is something, and it's certainly a lot better than 165 they posted against Surrey last week, and still managed to take 5 wickets with them. So you would hope that Yorkshire can be competitive here at the very least, if not win the game. 2 people was suggesting in the press box there at the break that it's not a bad score, is it? It's a bit of a face-saving recovery was the sort of theme of it, as this is pushed to Gary Balance at mid-off. There's no run, but I'm not sure, this time last week, or Thursday last week, we were suggesting that on what looked a less green tinged pitch and in less bowler friendly conditions, that still 220 would have made the game interesting. So with a bit more in their favour with ball in hand here, you would think they can be competitive at the very least. As Waite throws that one wide of off stump, Vasconcelos happy to watch it go by.
I think also, Doidge, it's the old M word, isn't it? It's momentum, and momentum obviously changed in the latter stages of the Yorkshire innings, and I think Yorkshire will probably start the innings the happier of the 2 sides, and there we go. I'm afraid that was pretty much inevitable that the players are now coming off the field. It doesn't look to be raining that much at the moment, but I just wondered, did they see a flash of lightning maybe? Which, of course, if they do, then they have to come off straight away under the protocols. I have to say, having been monitoring the weather over lunchtime, it doesn't look very friendly. Basically the weather seems to be coming to us from the west, and that's over to our right, and it is pretty gloomy over there, and the radar does suggest that there's a fair amount of heavy showers there. Now hopefully they'll just blow through quickly, and the delay won't be a long one, but there is certainly some rain in the offing. The ground staff have been very quick in getting the main covers on, and also the tarpaulins to cover the run-ups, but I have to say over to our right it's decidedly gloomy. which is where it's coming from. So I'm afraid we could be off for a little while at any rate. But it is showers rather than sort of heavy and prolonged rain. So, and the other thing in our favour is the fact that it's very, very breezy, as you can hear. So again, hopefully it'll just blow through fairly quickly, and we should be back on the field at some point. But at the moment, at least, rain, or at least the threat of rain, has stopped playing.
Yeah, he says on the official internet pages, match delayed by rain. But, well, there's a few spots now blowing into the box. And there's no run. Tweets, a brilliant idea on squad number Dodgy Lad, proving the old saying, a stopped clock is right twice a day.
But I say it's not just a Yorkshire thing. I mean, Northamptonshire, Freddie Heldrick has played 5 T20 games. He played in the first of the Royal London Cup matches, and he still hasn't got a number. And it is because he is not a contract. He's an academy player.
I checked that with John Potter actually at the break, and the reason William Luxton, it's the same. He's an academy player effectively, and so doesn't get a number.
But their runs count the same, and their wickets count the same, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Who knows what number he'll end up being, but 68 would be just quite a
nice
quite
one.
Nice ring to it, wouldn't it?
Very apt.
So there we go, folks. Unfortunately, can't bring you any more than 5 balls of this Northamptonshire response to Yorkshire's 222. They're 2 without loss, with Vasconcelos and Gay both 1 apiece. And the covers have come on, the tractor's out there bringing on the tarpaulins, so it looks like we're going to be off for a little while at least. Shouldn't take them too long to sort that out, because it's not mass coverage like you get at the test grounds. But, well, supporters are getting out of the rain as well and heading for other places for the moment. So rather than us talk about spectators leaving grounds, I think we'll probably just drop the mic for now, leave you with the pictures, and then we'll come back when we have anything further to commentate on.
Yeah, would it be any better? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, no. There's no point in tempting fakes, is there? Right, see you shortly. Do it a bit.
Trade.
There'll be people in there buying whether they want a cup of tea or not.
That's it, exactly.
Yes, precisely.
Suntan in the morning, rust in the afternoon.
Yeah, something like that. Nothing along those lines, I think.
Yeah, well, the answer of these, find out in a minute.
Yeah.
So it runs down the back now, runs your seat and everything.
Which one? No, that's fine. That's fine.
Thanks, Paul. Oh god, it is soaked. Embers, of course. It's like no one to it. Who is it? John Lever or something like that?
Batsman.
An England batsman. Not Barry Wood, is it? No, don't know.
Former cricket coach at Bedford School.
Yeah, I can see it now. Yeah, yeah.
Georgie, say about Northamptonshire acts.
Yep.
There you go.